Welcome everyone to the June 27th meeting of the Telephone Board. It's 10:21, and we're going to call the meeting to order. Rebecca, can you do a roll call?
Absolutely. Dr. Dara Thompson. Present. Dr. Mina Yoon. Present. Dr. Vera Singleton is absent with fault today. Dr. Sarah Tice. Present. Dr. Deparshi Mukherjee.
Present.
Mr. Andy Yam.
Present.
And Dr. Bruce Davidson.
Present.
Great, we have a quorum.
Thank you, everyone. So the second item is public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public present? Okay, there are no members of the public present here in the room, so if there are none online, we can move on to item number 3. Seeing none, I am going to move on to item number 3, which is review and possible approval of the March 28th board meeting minutes. Which I think that we've got time. Does anyone have questions about those minutes before? Okay. No comments? All right. We did a good job on this.
You want to grab one of the extenders? They're having a hard time hearing us. Yeah, grab one of the extenders, please.
How's that? Can we do a mic check, please?
I heard a request for a mic check.
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right. How is the day going so far? Let's get a few more words in there.
Well, we're happy to be here on this summer day.
We're happy to be here on this summer day. Sounds good. Your audio is good.
Right,
Thanks.
great. Thank you, David.
Somebody let me know what the Wi-Fi is.
You say guest, and you just go to a splash page.
Is there a motion to approve these board meeting minutes?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes from our last session.
March 28th.
March 28th, 2024.
Great. I can second that.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
All right, I will do a roll call vote. This is to approve the meeting minutes as submitted for March 28th, 2024. Dr. Dara Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Mina Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Satara Tice?
Aye.
Dr. Deparshi Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Andy Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Bruce Davidson.
Aye.
And that moves with 6.
Wonderful.
Right along.
All
All right, board nominations.
Ask for public comment for that?
There's no well, yeah, we can ask for public
There was
comment.
something we
Sorry.
were supposed to say when there was no public present.
No, just go in here, ask if there's anyone online.
Okay. Moderator, do we have any public members online?
We only have DCA staff online.
Okay. Then we'll move on to the next, and then we'll ask now. So our next agenda item is board officer nominations. So just a reminder, this isn't a time where we're going to actually vote. This is just to nominate people, and then would we vote at the next?
We'll vote at the next. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And do we have any officers other than the chair and the vice chair?
We don't, which is why I was going to ask if you guys wanted to include getting a secretary in place. There are some boards that have them and some boards that don't. Do we need one? Do we not? But if there is a case like this where our vice chair had termed out, then that secretary would be able to step up and be in that spot. So you know, it's definitely up to you guys, but you could also just put somebody in at a next board meeting, if the, you know, with what happened with Dr. D'Amico were to reoccur.
And would having a secretary be helpful for you because they'd be someone who could potentially help with some of the organizational stuff with the minutes?
They could. I don't know. I'm not sure because we've never had a secretary, and even with the osteo board, we didn't have a secretary there either. So I'm not sure what secretaries do for other boards because we really do the minutes. But yeah, so.
If I may, to that, I mean, in some other boards, right, rather secretary or clerk, and in some boards, in local boards, perhaps the clerk would be the person who responds and says, is there any, you know, if there are no public comments, Madam Chair, there is those duties that could be, I think, perhaps prescribed. Or functionally, as Rebecca is talking about, basically a third chair to essentially set up a line of succession. That is, I guess, my understanding of it. But it could be another duty that this person could do, potentially.
And how often do we do these? Is this yearly?
So yes, we should be doing these yearly.
Yeah. So that's what I thought we were doing it, just to make sure. Sometimes it's all a blur.
I think, you know, the COVID got us all off track, so we usually do this yearly.
So may I ask a question? So has the vacancy, the vice chair, been an impediment since that happened at the moment?
Well, she's been here every single time since. She's only been, I think we've had one meeting since.
No, since the end of the year.
Since the end of the year, yeah. So we've been okay with that, but it is helpful when she's not available. If I have invoices or we have credit cards that we use sometimes to order office supplies, and I have to send that out. And I normally send it to the vice chair to give her a little break from the whole everything, and so that's what she would do, or he. As the vice chair, I usually send those invoices to them, since the chair has to kind of run the show when they're in the meeting, so.
Did I understand you to mention that we could have filled the vice chair slot sooner?
Yes.
Well, I think what she was saying is that if we had had a secretary position, that person would have automatically filled that, been like another person. Mm-hmm. I would say that in addition to just being extremely helpful in so many aspects, Dr. D'Amico was also someone that we could call on when there was someone that needed to represent the board.
Right.
Or there was a meeting that she ran entirely on her own because I couldn't be there at one point. So it's really nice to have that person. Like recently, we had the Board of Pharmacy. There was a hearing that we wanted someone to represent, and it was kind of last minute. We were trying to figure out who could be there, and I could only attend half the time because I had other schedules. So it's just nice to have someone who's got kind of that role, let's say.
Do we need to make a motion to add a secretary?
So that, yes, we would have to make a motion, I believe, right, to add the secretary, yes.
And question, is this item, are we nominating for the entirety of what would be our executive board, per se?
Yeah, so what I have is I have for the position of the chair, the vice chair, and a secretary, if you guys so choose to add that secretary. So we will have 3 motions on this, nominations for the board chair. Or if you guys want to change the term to president, you can. We had a chair, it was chair all this time because we had a committee at first, so it was just I guess the term that they wanted to use at that time. But now that we're a board, if you guys wanted to change the terms from chair to president and vice chair to vice president, you guys can do that as well. But it would have to be a motion from the board to do so.
And the way that motion is then structured, let's say, so then, let's say if there is interest from the board to change it, then the motion would be to change the chair. Do I need to list out? Actually, maybe I might ask council, I think, probably what that motion is going to look like if we did change it to, and then how would the nominations then go from there?
I'm sorry, what is it?
Well, I think there's 2 different issues we're talking about. Well, there's the nominations, which is the third issue, but should we add a secretary and should we change the name from chair and vice chair to president and vice president? Is that the convention for most of the boards?
Most of the boards are presidents and vice presidents, yes.
Seems like we should probably do that.
And then my question was, how does that impact what the motion will be for a nomination?
So that'd be two separate motions, or
Because you would need to change, let's say if we do change from board to chair to president, that's one. Change, add secretary, is that two? And then nominations would be a third one?
yeah, that sounds right.
Procedurally trying to make it.
Can you change both names in one motion?
And split it up.
So that's
Yeah.
an additional motion for the vice
That's right,
chair.
so then total five, if we did the maximum.
Well, we'd want to do the position and the name change stuff before we did the nominations.
Right.
Really, you want to nominate the right thing? I motion that we change the name from chair to president for the Naturopathic Medical Board.
And friendly amendment to the author, then vice chair to vice president, and then vice chair to vice president as well, right, in that same motion?
I think that we were told we should do them all separately.
Oh, so you want to, so president, then vice president, additional.
Yep.
I second the motion.
And we still don't have any public in the room, public
Is there any
online?
public online?
Only DCA staff online.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a roll call to change the chair position to a president position. Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Mina Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice?
Aye.
Dr. Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Yes.
And Dr. Davidson?
Aye.
And that moves with 6.
I may make the motion to change vice chair to vice president. I move on that.
Okay, and still no public. All right, Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice?
Aye.
Dr. Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Davidson? And that moves with 6 as well. You guys want to do a secretary nomination as well?
Do we have to create that position for motion and then fill it, or? No?
Yes, we would, the motion we'd be doing right now would be to create that position, and then we would fill it when we do the nomination. Like, we don't need to fill it today.
I will make that motion. So moved, be to add a secretary position or clerk, or wait, what would folks prefer, secretary or clerk? Secretary? I motion to add a secretary position.
Okay, and still no public. Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice?
Aye.
Dr. Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Davidson? And that moves with 6.
3 now.
1, 2.
All right, great. Yeah, so are we just calling for nomination?
That's how we've done it before. We just
Okay.
call for the nomination.
So we're going to then call for nominations for the role of president, and we'll do vice president, and then we'll do secretary.
Point of information. We can nominate ourselves, correct? Right?
Does anybody want to be nominated for any of these roles?
I see no hand.
Well, until we get to that item, I would be interested in the vice chair, but I might defer to maybe some of the other colleagues that have been on the board for long.
And just to give you guys a little bit of brief information on what the rules do, we have supposed to have quarterly meetings. So we would have one major all-together board meeting every quarter, and then we would have subcommittee meetings, and those subcommittee meetings are going to be reconvened here now that we're kind of back to full staff and kind of rolling and getting over this whole COVID thing. So with the subcommittee meetings, the president or chair would be able to just place people on these subcommittees. You guys could also volunteer before you're voluntold. So there's that. And with those, there's a little bit more ad hoc work with those types of meetings just because you guys are actually making things and bringing it back to the whole board. So there is a little bit more work on those subcommittee meetings. So I just wanted you to be a little bit, you know, apprised of what's going to be asked of you as you take these positions. And then, of course, you would represent the board. So again, like if there was a hearing with the Board of Pharmacy that we wanted a representative to go to and make a statement or testimony, you guys would be able to do that as an officer of the board, and also hearings at the legislature, so like sunset review, that type of thing, you would be there to represent the board as well. I will be quiet now.
I would like to share a thought about this. I've been thinking about this, and I guess I'm struck by the idea that for those kinds of responsibilities, particularly, for example, speaking to the legislature, but also speaking to the other boards, there's an advantage for someone in one of these roles to be of the profession because of the deep knowledge that that brings and the ability to really speak from that knowledge base. Not only that, but also that I think it enhances the credibility of the actions of the board if a member of the profession is in these roles.
Sure.
And so this is, you know, as a non-member of the profession, but someone who's worked in healthcare and, you know, have had sort of tangential relationships with various licensing boards through that, that's my perspective on it, and I just wanted to throw that on the table as a discussion point.
Great, thank you. And on the flip side of that also, you know, if you have somebody from the profession in one of the positions, to have a public person representing one of the other positions would also be good because it does give you that kind of dynamic that we're not just going with the profession because we are, you know, here for the public as well, consumer protection. So just on the flip side, I've seen other boards that have actually had a non-profession person as the president or vice president. So it has happened, but I do like where you're coming from. But yeah, having that kind of balance would probably be a great thing as well.
And I'd just like to echo my support for that, which is why I'm interested in the vice chair position rather than the chair position. I'm hoping that perhaps a colleague with that experience is able to serve on that board because I think that your insight will be incredibly valuable as a practitioner of it. But I hope that I can provide that, a sort of counter, you know, maybe balancing in serving on another, sort of the other position per se.
I would say that when I've been called to testify at various hearings like Sunset, I do think it's helpful to be a practicing naturopathic doctor, but also these are things that we practice for. Like it is very rare that you are called to speak for the board in something that you haven't seen what you need to prepare for ahead of time and things like that. And so if there were someone with less experience, they would be able to figure that out before it happens. I am. I will remind everyone that this is my last term. But I mean, but you know, this is a yearly thing, and I'm definitely here for the next year.
So I move to renominate Dara Thompson as the president of the California Board of Naturopathic.
Second that. Yeah, I was wondering if there was a second needed there.
And I'm sorry, the second was Davidson?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. All right, and any other nominations before we? Okay, perfect. Dr. Dara Thompson? Would you like to accept that nomination?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Dara Thompson, I'm taking roll call now. Dr. Thompson?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Mina Yoon?
Yes.
Dr. Tice?
Yes.
All right, Dr. Mukherjee?
Yes.
Andy Yam?
Aye.
All right, and Dr. Davidson?
Aye.
All right, and that moved with 6.
So may I make a comment related to the anticipated next topic, which is the vice president? Appreciating Mr. Yam's desire to play a leadership role in the board, and encouraging that, I guess I would like to ask whether, given the fact that we now do have this third tier of secretary, whether Mr. Yam might be willing to consider that nomination instead.
Who? I guess the question is, there anyone else who might be interested in the vice chair position?
Well, I was thinking of nominating Dr. Yoon.
How do you feel about that, Dr. Yoon?
I was just interested in nominating Dr. Singleton.
Well, we can vote, we're not voting today, so you can nominate as many people as you guys feel that, you know, you'd like to.
Nominate her as well.
Dr. Yoon or Dr. Singleton?
Yeah.
Okay. And I can say, let's see, Dr. Singleton is also here until January of 2026, and then she'll have a grace period of 1 year as well. So, and we would usually like to make sure that there's somebody else that is nominated for that grace period, just because that the other person would still be here that could kind of help get them into place. But, you know, at any time during that grace period, they can be removed and put with another member. So with that being said, yeah, everybody, I believe so far, is here for another 2 years. So we have Singleton, Yoon, and Yam right now, okay?
So I move to nominate Dr. Singleton as the vice president. I second.
And
Did she reach out by any chance of any interest?
no, she did not. She did not, unfortunately. And then I believe I heard.
So she would have to accept that nomination at a later time to be, okay.
Yep, yeah. So when she's here during the next board meeting, we'll just ask her if she's even interested, because, you know, if she's not or isn't able to, you know, work in that capacity, then of course we would go with other nominations and remove her. But so I had a motion by Thompson for Yoon. Oh, no, Davidson, right? I'm sorry, was that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion.
We'll second that.
And then I had a motion for Yam.
I don't think there was a motion for me, unless,
I thought you motioned for yourself.
You motioned, oh,
actually, then yes, I do vote. Oh, I seconded Bruce's. That's what I just said.
okay, right.
But previously.
But yes, I will motion for myself.
Okay. And we have a second?
I'll second it. No,
Okay.
do it.
And we can withdraw at any time, right?
Of course, yeah.
Up until you get, no, I'm just joking.
Okay, all right, so we have, now, do I have to take a roll call vote for all of those motions altogether? Or, can I put them all together, or do I have to do each of the motions?
Still separate.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to do 3 roll calls. The first one's going to be for the nomination of Singleton for vice president. The motion was Yoon, second was Tice. Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice? Dr. Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Davidson?
Aye.
All right, and that moved with 6. And for the second is going to be for a nomination of Dr. Yoon for position of vice president, with a motion from Davidson and a second from Yam. Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice? Dr. Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Aye.
Dr. Davidson? And that also moves with 6. And for our third motion, we have a nomination for Yam with a motion from Yam and a second from Mukherjee. Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice? Dr. Deparshi Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Davidson?
Aye.
And that moves with 6 as well. All right.
I had a question. The person that's the vice chair, is the expectation that the following year they'd be the chair? And same with the secretary. If you asked about a line of succession, is the expectation that the next secretary would move on to be the vice president?
No,
No.
not unless there was somebody that got termed out or for some reason could not fulfill that position in the middle of a year. Then at that point, the vice president would sit in for the president, and or the secretary would sit in for the vice president, if that was the,
And our goal is to vote.
yes, every year. So every year we should be doing this. So there'll be a lot of chances for you guys to sit in these positions, especially the newer ones, because you guys are going to be here for a very long time.
It's not or technically end a term.
Oh, yeah, but once you end a term, you can still do a second term.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And the rule still exists for the public members?
Mm-hmm. So for our next motion is going to be for nominations of secretary.
Does anybody want to be secretary?
I will motion for myself under the advisement of my colleague.
Okay.
That motion to nominate Mr. Yam as the secretary.
I'll second.
Davidson. And I heard who second? Okay, thank you. Any other nominations?
I thought of him too, but I was like, I don't think you want.
All right, so we have one motion for nomination of Yam as secretary, motion from Davidson with a second from Tice, and I will do a roll call vote. Dr. Thompson?
Aye.
Dr. Yoon?
Aye.
Dr. Tice? Dr. Mukherjee?
Aye.
Mr. Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Davidson?
Aye.
And that moves with 6. All right.
All right. Are we still without any members of the public? Moderator?
This is the moderator. We only have DCA staff online.
Thank you so much. So at this point, we're moving on to the main agenda item for our meeting today, which is the strategic planning session with the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid team. Thank you so much for being here and for all of your preparation and hard work. Just want to let everyone know that this is going to be a long session, that we are going to take breaks in the middle of it, probably a couple bio breaks and a lunch break. But at this point, I would just turn it over to Solid to run that portion.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Elizabeth Coronel. I am the lead facilitator, progressing the strategic planning process for your board, and with me I have.
Hi, I'm Sarah Ronnie. I'll be the co-facilitator for this meeting.
And our role as facilitators, we're here as a neutral party. We will not push you towards a certain, on a certain objective. We don't have any bias. We're here as a neutral party, and basically we're here to provide the structure, to provide to guide the discussion, to be able to document your ideas or objectives for the strategic plan. On to the next bullet point there is to document the discussion. In that documentation, we might be asking you to confirm our understanding of the information we captured. because we do try to summarize that. We try to be very concise. So if you do see any wiggly red lines, meaning any typos or any grammatical or any errors like that, be rest assured that we will address those at a later time. The point of today, the purpose of today is to capture your ideas and try to get the session done in one day. So, participant expectations, we do ask you to please minimize any distractions just to help us move the meeting forward and hopefully finish in one day. Respect each other's contributions. We all have different ideas. We have different backgrounds, experiences, expertise, and all of our ideas are worth hearing. So please respect each other's contributions. Participate and contribute. The strategic plan directs the future of the board for the next couple of years, and you all here involved have a say in it. So do participate and contribute to the discussion and be able to reach consensus. You may not be 100% in agreement with an objective or with a topic, but if you could, and we will encourage discussion so you all can at least come to an agreement and understanding, and always keeping consumer protection and the board's purpose and mission in mind. The agenda for today, we will watch a diversity, equity, and inclusion training videos. So it's part of the Department of Consumer Affairs Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative. And they will explain more here in just a moment in the video. We'll review the strategic planning process. We will then do a quick review of the environmental scan, but hopefully you all had the opportunity to read it and jot down some ideas in the objective workbook. And lastly, you all will develop strategic objectives. I did want to take a moment here to inform you all that we introduced a new practice in the strategic planning process, which is the pre-strategic planning session. What the pre-strategic planning session entails, and it's only for the boards, it entails that we have similar to this, a planning session with the executive officer and either management or staff, depends on the structure of the board. So we had a pre-strategic planning session with Rebecca, and the executive officer, Rebecca Mitchell, and her staff. And they identified objectives for your consideration, which you are able to accept as is, refine, or disregard. But we do encourage some discussion before just disregarding their objectives. They did take the time to evaluate, to read the environmental scan and identify objectives that will move the board forward and, of course, meeting its consumer protection mission and mandate. So now the videos will start off with the What Does DEI Mean by the Solid Training Manager, Lisa Bacon. And then we'll move forward with a message from the director, Kimberly Kirkmeyer. Just here.
Do I need to turn the sound on? Do I need to turn the sound on so I can hear it on WebEx?
Mm-hmm. And then when you share it with audio. Just a moment as we do this. And we will move the lines from the
Hi, my name is Lisa Bacon, Training Manager with the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Training and Planning Solutions team. I'm excited to bring today's training video about diversity, equity, and inclusion, also known as DEI, to all of you. My training experience in DEI goes back to 2015 across multiple departments, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support DCA's DEI efforts. What does DEI mean? That's the title of today's training video and is truly reflective of what we will cover. The training content was collaboratively built using resources, research, and training with the goal to further our understanding of this important topic. This training video will provide a foundation of the general concepts, understanding, and importance of DEI. The Solid team is honored and excited to be a part of DCA's DEI initiatives, and we will continue to expand our commitment to DEI through both training and learning. I'm also proud to share this year, every Solid trainer will be DEI certified, and more DEI trainings are on the horizon. I expect this will only be the beginning of exciting things to come for DCA. So now, let's get into it. What does DEI mean? Our learning objectives for this training will be to understand what diversity means and who it relates to, why it's necessary to choose equity versus equality. We'll discuss the benefits reflected in our work culture when we practice inclusion, and I'll share several examples of how to integrate DEI. I think it's important to mention this training's alignment with our mission statement, which is to advance a diverse, equitable, and inclusive California Department of Consumer Affairs for all. To understand diversity, we first need to define what it means. Diversity is all the characteristics and experiences which define each of us as individuals and the groups to which we belong. Often there's a mindset which associates diversity with only individuals who fall under the protected classes. Diversity is relevant and inclusive of every human being based on each aspect of our lives. We're multi-dimensional beings, which makes us diversely unique. Race and ethnicity are frequently misunderstood. People don't always recognize or identify themselves with one simplistic and usually limited category listed on a demographic questionnaire. To shed some light on this, here are the definitions. Race is biological and refers to groups of people often based on physical characteristics such as the color of their skin. Ethnicity is a broader term than race, and it's your cultural identity. It's chosen or learned from your culture and family experiences, such as a certain custom, traditions, and languages you've been exposed to within the group you feel you belong. Someone might say their race is Black, yet they associate their ethnicity with Portuguese. Or another person might say their race is white and their ethnicity is Irish. I'm a fan of this diversity iceberg because I feel it's a good representation of human diversity. Above the waterline, we can only see about 20 to 30% of an iceberg. The other 70 to 80% is below the surface. When we first interact with someone, there are features we can quickly identify in a short amount of time, such as their body language, an accent when they speak, possibly their gender, and how they're dressed. But these only represent very limited and sometimes inaccurate characteristics of the person. There are numerous layers and dimensions to who we really are, such as our education, sexual orientation, work ethic, strengths, life experiences, and personality traits. And it's impossible to identify these core attributes within a person until we've invested the time to find out. And this is when unconscious bias comes into play, above the surface, when our brains quickly respond to a person or group of people simply based on limited external perceptions. Our brain is biologically wired to rapidly intake information all around us to determine our safety. It's the mechanism which activates our fight or flight response. This is also known as implicit bias. It's an unconscious response and inherent to all humans. We're exposed to influences from an early age based on our environment. Our family, education from schools, community, television, movies, marketing, and one of the most powerful influences in our culture today is social media. Because of these unconscious influences, our brains begin to form stereotypes about the society around us. People who look or act a certain way are categorized in our minds based on these mental intakes. Have you ever had that gut feeling when you've been around someone for 5 seconds? It's important to listen to our intuition, but this becomes a problem when we have a strong reaction to someone based on very limited information. We want to trust that feeling and sometimes revere it as a superpower, but we need to make sure we pause and ask ourselves truthfully what prompted those feelings. This is why unconscious bias tends to have a negative connotation. It is how our brains work, but we have to hold ourselves accountable for how we respond, especially when it's based on an unfair judgment. If we're brave enough to ask and listen to how we've impacted the people around us, we can become more aware of our own biases and reprogram our brain's response system. Viktor Frankl says, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Now I want to talk about the E in DEI and the difference between equality versus equity. Equality happens when we provide the same, equal treatment to everyone, and it can feel fair. When we choose to give equity, we create pathways to equal outcomes by recognizing that some people and communities have unequal starting points. This picture reflects what it looks like when we give everyone equal resources. Our intentions may be good, but when we check in and ask people how they're doing, we'll find out not everyone was able to participate. If we check in with people first and find out what they need, it levels the playing field for everyone to succeed. Equality is often related to what most of us know as the golden rule. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. But what you need to succeed can look very different from the people around you. Equity is a verb and a choice. We should all practice the platinum equity rule, which is ask people what they need, then choose to give it so they feel respected. We all deserve respect. Aretha Franklin sang it best. RESPECT, find out what it means to me. I love this quote from Maya Angelou. She says, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And this is when inclusion comes in. Inclusion is the practice it takes to create a positive work environment where the differences of every team member is recognized, understood, and valued. Inclusion is about building trust within our working relationships. One attempt isn't going to automatically change everything, and it's not always easy because we don't automatically know what everyone needs or how people prefer to engage. Inclusion takes time and practice. The key is we need to be curious, ask, listen, and invite the people you serve to provide input. Don't just ask for their feedback after the project is said and done. Give everyone involved a voice and a seat at the table. When we practice inclusion, it lifts morale. Retention increases because people like coming to work. When people feel valued and heard, they're innovative, which inspires collaboration within teams, and DCA becomes a destination employer. Simon Sinek believes the role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. How can we create inclusive engagement? Hold meetings regularly, then give people options for how to communicate and provide input. In work groups, extroverts tend to speak up and sometimes dominate conversations. If an introvert or analytical person who needs a little more time to problem solve isn't given an opportunity, great ideas and insight can be lost. Groupthink, also known as conformity bias, can quickly contaminate a group when everyone's voice isn't heard and understood. When a special assignment or project is given, make sure the goals and expectations are clear. Give everyone on the team an opportunity to learn and grow from a special assignment. Create a mentoring opportunity by pairing someone more experienced with someone who's new to the project. This knowledge transfer There is a DEI section in the Strategic Planning Environmental Scan. It will centralize input on DEI matters and contain demographic information collected. This section can help further inform the board as it considers impacts of policy decision. Our mission is to provide outstanding support services, oversight, and innovative solutions to boards and bureaus that regulate California professionals and vocations so that through this partnership, all Californians are informed, empowered, and protected. Our vision, together protecting California consumers. Our values, accountability, communication, diversity, employees, integrity, leadership, service, and transparency. As a board, you should ensure that your mission, vision, and values supports change and evolves to meet the needs of all Californians. We want all Californians to feel accepted in seeking services we provide. As board members, you are the leaders of the industry you regulate. In this next section, we will discuss actionable areas to incorporate DEI in 4 areas: policy, licensing, enforcement, and outreach. In policy, we need to ask ourselves if the decisions we are considering will lead to the success of everyone involved. Reflect on who will benefit from or be burdened by the proposal or decision being considered. Are the needs of one demographic different from another geographic group? Think equity. What data or metrics will you use to evaluate the impacts of your decisions? Leverage methods that increase public input and engagement, such as workshops, surveys, and multilingual communications. Actively engage with diverse and underserved communities. Reach out to associations, colleges, interested parties, other licensing or regulatory bodies. Utilize the strategic planning process. Review information collected through the new environmental scans, which incorporate DEI questions. In licensing, when licensees reflect communities they serve, it expands access to all. Use plain language. Simplify communication so it's easy to understand and complete. Expand multilingual resources for applicants and consumers. Consider additional pathways to gain experience and/or education for licensure. Expand outreach for subject matter experts to ensure the exam development process is inclusive. When it comes to enforcement, drive fair outcomes and protect the vulnerable. Review enforcement data and trends. Update enforcement policies, processes, and procedures to mitigate unintended consequences to impacted populations through increased engagement with consumers, stakeholders, and communities. When you build your team, consider the needs of all the communities we serve. Do you need more bilingual staff? Do you need additional staff in certain areas of the state? Expand your outreach through HR, job fairs, and inquire about other opportunities you may not have considered before. As you begin to integrate DEI, remember you can't take the bias from the person, but you can remove the bias from the process. Through outreach, you can increase access and opportunity when you reach and meet people where they're at. Do you know what the second most common language in California is? Spanish. So when you translate resource materials based on the people you serve, you expand language access. Develop multilingual communications for social media posts, applications, forms, and other resources you provide. Publish written and video testimonials from your diverse consumers, which reflect their age, race, gender, and cultural differences. As you begin to integrate DEI, remember to leverage all the resources available to you at DCA. The Equal Employment Opportunity Office administers the American Sign Language and Real-Time Captioning Services contract. The EEO office conducts the department-wide language survey to identify the public it serves, the languages spoken, and the bilingual resources available at DCA to ensure equal access is provided for all consumers. The Consumer Information Center administers a contract that provides phone language services to consumers in over 200 languages. The Office of Human Resources administers the bilingual pay program, including the establishment of bilingual positions. The Office of Publications, Design, and Editing coordinates requests for the translation of written materials. The Solid Training and Planning Solutions offers DEI-related trainings, surveys, meeting facilitation, and development of strategic plans. The Office of Professional Examination Services offers examination translation and adaptation services. I want to share one of the many examples of how the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology has integrated DEI.
The California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology celebrates the ever-changing diversity of California's consumers and licensees,
so we can establish a quorum,
which is why the board has made a concerted effort to expand on its language accessibility. Here are some of our achievements.
Please enter 1 for Spanish and 2 for all other languages.
Upon request, each individual that visits the board in person is given the opportunity to access an interpreter via the language line phone service if the individual does not feel they are able to effectively communicate with board staff. Let's take a look.
Good morning. How can I help you?
Tôi không nói tiếng Anh.
Okay. Is there another language that you prefer? Do you see one on this list?
Tôi nói tiếng Việt.
Okay.
A unit within the Department of Consumer Affairs called the Consumer Information Center, or CIC, provides phone agents who assist consumers and licensees in English, Spanish, and more than 240 other languages with the assistance of a third-party vendor via the toll-free number 1-800-952-5210. Phone agents usually serve as the public's first point of contact. They provide many services to both consumers and licensees. CIC phone agents answer nearly 1 million calls per year. The board provides 3 additional language access pages in Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean languages on its website, www.barbercosmo.ca.gov. The English homepage has the option for Google Translate. Almost every publication, form, bulletin, and trifold the board provides is translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, and Korean. Items such as the self-inspection worksheet and the What to Expect When You're Inspected trifold are available in these languages. Select videos such as foot spa cleaning and disinfecting have been translated into the Vietnamese language and posted to the board's website.
Hi, my name is Kyle with the State Board. I'm here doing inspection.
When inspecting salons with Vietnamese-speaking individuals where violations have been found, inspectors utilize a translated violation cover sheet, which contains a simplified, translated explanation of select common violations. Citations that are issued to nail salons are provided in both the English and Vietnamese languages to the establishment owner. Board inspectors, exam site staff, and headquarters staff receive updated, specialized training on how to utilize an interpreter via the language line phone service to address language access situations found in their respective job roles. Interpreters are provided free of charge to petitioners in disciplinary review hearings upon request, so that each licensee can fully understand their hearing and the additional information provided at the hearing. The California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology is dedicated to providing all individuals with meaningful access to the board's services, programs, and activities. We are working hard to expand our language access, and will continue to do so.
When we think about DEI, remember diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and the outcome is belonging. UC Berkeley's Others and Belonging Institute states, belonging describes values and practices where no person is left out of the circle of concern. Belonging means more than having just access. It means having a meaningful voice and the opportunity to participate. We need to make sure our efforts aren't just transactional. They need to be transformative, and it will take time. So remember, DEI is a journey, not a destination.
In 2022, Governor Newsom issued an executive order directing state agencies and departments to build upon the state's efforts to advance equity by taking new concrete actions to address disparities and expand opportunity for all Californians. The governor's executive order builds upon and strengthens the state's commitment to a California for all. We all have an important role in this effort. As you develop your board's strategic plan, building in and embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion into the goals and objectives is one of the most effective ways we can make progress and produce results with long-lasting impacts. The work that the boards and bureaus do touches the lives of every Californian. That is why it is so important to take into account every Californian when building out the board's mission, vision, values, and goals. The department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee and the SOLID team are available as a resource to help you in meeting those goals. Thank you for being a part of making our department a diverse, equitable, and inclusive California Department of Consumer Affairs for all.
We're passing around the Department of Consumer Affairs DEI fact sheet. Very quickly, and again, I was muted earlier. The points of the training video and our department's director's communication is to, again, inform you of the Department of Consumer Affairs initiative, but also give you tools on how to incorporate it into strategic planning. And again, that's maybe a little bit lengthy, but hopefully you were able to grasp some ideas on how to include DEI in strategic planning. And also the DEI, the pre-strategic planning session was another form of including DEI in the process, being able to get that buy-in and that sharing of information from staff, from management, there's no management here, from staff, and the leader, the executive officer, and being able to communicate those ideas, those objectives to you, the board members. And also, there were other benefits to doing the pre-strategic planning session, which were efficiency, to be able to bring you some ideas for consideration, but also the effectiveness, because the board officer and staff do have that expertise, day-to-day experience and exposure to the activities of the board. So we're hoping you will find them helpful today. So we have an activity. We can take one around. Why create a strategic plan? So the activity here, so we'll do the activity and then I'll explain why we're doing this activity. So you'll have a sheet in front of you. If you don't do anything with it until I finish my instructions, please. And I'll wait until it reaches to all of you.
Are we going to need writing utensils?
Don't need writing utensils. You can use your finger.
There are some pens up here, though, and notebooks if you want to jot things down during the strategic planning session.
The instructions. Starting from the number 1, so you search for number 1 on the sheet in front of you. Consecutively, you will look for number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, until you reach the highest numbers that you can possibly find. And you can do it, again, with your finger. Don't do it with a pen because there's an activity right after it where you'll be doing it again. So we don't want the pre-markings letting you know where to find these numbers, right? So starting from number 1, and when I say go, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Any questions before we get started? For the instructions.
Are we just going from lower to higher, or is there actually there's a sequence like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
2 is in here somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
in chronological order. 1, 2, 3. Can't move forward unless you find that number. Okay, we'll give you 30 seconds, starting now. Time's up. What is the highest number? Thank you, Sarah. 1? Okay. 8. Okay. 7. 14. 14.
Yeah, 14.
Strategy I would like to share, and I'll give you, when I say go, we'll do it again, we'll give you another 30 seconds to see if you can find it faster and get a higher number here. So this is the strategy. We have 9 squares. You'll find number 1 in the square number 1, number 2 on square number 2, number 3 in square number 3, and so on until you reach back to number 10, and you'll find 10 in or around square number 1, 11 around square number 2, 12 around square number 3, 13 square number 4, so you move from left to right, down left to right. And that's how you find all the numbers. Any questions? We'll do this again, 30 seconds, see how fast and how high you get this time. No questions? Okay, we'll give you another 30 seconds.
Starting now.
Starting now. Time is up. What is the highest number?
31.
31. 37. 19. 33. 33.
40.
40. It seems like the numbers went up. They doubled almost, some of you. So how does this link back to strategic planning? Strategic planning almost, it represents those fires, those tasks, and especially I would imagine for the executive officer and for the staff, you have all these fires burning left and right. But there's no strategy. You're just trying to burn out these fires as you go. But creating a plan, going through the environmental scan, identifying what those issues are, going through strategic planning and creating a strategic plan, and actually creating objectives of those challenges that that impact the most to your board. And being able to break those down in action planning, which the executive officer and staff will participate in, and break down each objective that you all create today. And that way, creating a strategy, a clear direction on what are the issues that we need to address, what are the priorities, what are the tasks. And it's similar to this graphic that you saw. They have a strategy, they have direction, a clear direction where to move forward, and makes the board run more efficiently, but also more effectively. They can find the numbers quicker, the metaphor, you'll find the numbers quicker, but also you'll be effective because you'll actually find the next number. So hopefully that was helpful in seeing how important it is to do strategic planning. Strategic planning answers where you are now as a board through its mission, its values, which you all redefined and adopted earlier this year in March. And through the environmental scan, which you all were able to hopefully take a look at and find what the trends were, what the stakeholders were saying, where you are going, which is your vision statement, which you all are going to look at your different options you left pending from the last session and hopefully adopted your goals, which again you refined, you adopted earlier this year, and objectives that you'll be identifying today. And lastly, how you will get there, which is through action planning the executive officer and staff will do after the strategic plan has been adopted. The strategic plan, the mission, vision, values, there's a foundation of the plan. Everything stemming out of it, the goals, the objectives, the tasks, all link back to the purpose or the mission of the board, its values, how the guiding principles, how it completes these different objectives and goals, and its vision. Where is it going? Where is it going to land? So that's, you have your mission, vision, values, you have your goal areas, and then have your objectives here. So here's a house that we're building. A house is strong when you have a strong foundation. Again, your mission, vision, and values. Your mission, that you take a moment to read it. This is the mission you refined and adopted earlier this year. Any comments? No. Again, the foundation of your strategic plan, the objectives you'll be identifying today, will link back to your mission. Your values, which you refined and adopted earlier this year. There's a desire not to have any priority listing here, so they're shown in this graphic. Any comments? Very small. Would you like us to zoom it in?
I mean, I can read it, but
my apologies for that.
Access, collaboration, diversity, equity, and inclusion, integrity, and quality healthcare, just in case.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, where we are now is also answered by the environmental scan, as I shared. And we just wanted to share what the participation looked like. The external stakeholders, we had 144. Board members, we had 6 participate. And then the executive officer, staff, and legal all participated, so 4. So a total of 154. Keeping that in mind as you read the trends. And
who were the external stakeholders? Were they licensees? Were they consumers?
in your environmental scan, which I have 2 copies up here, should anyone like to see a copy. There's a table towards the end here, which I'll pull up. The data collection method, we have relationship to the board. Page 43. Thank you. Page 43. We have 13 preparing to become a licensee, 108 licensees, 7 related occupations, 9 professional associations / groups, 12 schools, 3 consumers / consumer groups, 1 government agency, and 11 other that identify themselves as others, and there's a list there for you to read. And again, keeping that in mind, and the population size and the consumers, we don't have a number because that can be any consumer in California. Considering your licensing population and looking at the number, you can determine how much of that feedback reflects. But we work with what we have. So we received 144 responses, and from those responses, we were able to identify trends. So that is an important data point there. Where are we going, or where are you going as a board? Here's your vision. That was or is being recommended by the executive officer and staff. I'm going to give you all your options here in just a moment, but just take a look at this and consider it. Again, you can refine it. Accept as is, refine, or disregard, and then I'll give you your options that you were working on earlier this year. So if it's too small, naturopathic doctors provide crucial healthcare services in primary care that are accessible to all. Any comments before I show you all the options? Okay, and again, we did the pre-strategic planning session with the EO and the staff. They took a look at the 3 options that were pending from the Mission Vision Values workshop earlier this year, and they drafted this one that combines 2 of the options here. it combines option A and option C. And we can zoom in on this one. Are you all able to? Okay.
Yeah.
You've had a moment to look at the vision statement. Do you have any preference for any of the options or the new option provided by the executive officer and staff?
A comment on the phrase like accessible to all. I have a little bit of trouble with that just because like we aren't doing insurance, so I don't really feel like economically we're actually accessible to all, but I don't know if that's one of our objectives is to start. I mean, are we supposed to take into consideration that we want that to happen? Like we want to start working with insurance and so that there isn't that financial obstacle?
That's a great question. The vision statement is typically lofty. It's something that you look into the future. Right now, you may not be in the situation. Right now, the objectives might not even be in the strategic plan this time around. But the ultimate vision, if you want to be accessible, definitely add it. So it's okay that, so to answer your question, it's okay that it economically is not accessible. If it's something to look forward in the future, down the road, that all this work, your mission, your objectives, all this work is going towards hopefully one day becoming accessible to all, then definitely that would be a vision statement to have.
And then my other comment was like when I went to like the board member orientation, they said that every single time you're making a comment or you're voting on something, it's not about what you think your licensees want, it's what you think would protect consumers. So like that's how you're supposed to create your vision as well.
Consumer protection is the foundation of all of your work here today. Mission, vision, values, goals, objectives.
I lean more towards option B.
I liked the reworked vision.
Question, actually. I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and I think that, I mean, just some recurring themes I'm seeing here is the providing crucial healthcare services, and as well as when saying accessible to all, I feel like, and also these, I feel like there's some sort of underlying allusion to scope expansion, right? And so, if I'm understanding the way that it's formatted correctly, the objectives are sort of like your action items or sort of more nuanced ways that you move towards your goals, right?
Correct.
And so for the underlying vision, is it more helpful or less helpful to have it more specific or nuanced? Because I guess I'm understanding it like you're kind of drilling down, right, into sort of here, again, mission, vision, values. Then you have the goals that you set, which get a little more specific still over, and then your objectives are kind of like your action items or strategies, essentially, right? And so I'm wondering, for the vision, does it need to be so nuanced?
I'll leave that for you as the board to decide whether you want it to be nuanced, but I like how you just described the format going back to the house. the foundation, the mission, vision, the mission, vision, values, and you get more specific with the goals, and you get more specific with the objectives, and then the action items are basically step by step. So I liked how you described that, and that's typically in strategic plans how we go about it.
I did it the reverse way, actually. The last time I did strategic plan was, my house was flipped upside down. It was upside down, but yeah. So I mean, I was just thinking about that just because I think that in terms of vision, this is purely my opinion, is that preferably a statement that is visionary rather than something that I think is a little bit nuanced, right? Like the primary care part of it, I wonder if that's necessary. Perhaps that might be too nuanced, and maybe I don't understand necessarily the nuances of it to its fullest extent. But I will say that I think the vision statement should be visionary and less so rather one that's specific, and then later informs what your objectives will be. Right. So that's just my thought.
I would say that I agree with you that the one thing I don't like about the reworked option is the primary care statement in there, because as it's written in option C, it's about expansion and broadening the full scope of primary care. As it's written in the new option, it seems restrictive, like it's saying that that naturopathic doctors are only providing services in primary care, which is untrue because some naturopathic doctors are specialists. So I feel like it either needs to be taken out or expanded upon. And I agree that when it gets too wordy, it just becomes cumbersome.
Right.
Would you guys like to hear the two prior visions of your strategic plans? I have the one pulled up from 2016 through 19, and then the current one that we're currently in. So the vision from 16-19 is to promote excellence in the safe and effective practice of naturopathic medicine. And then the current vision is naturopathic physicians practice to the full extent of their training to provide collaborative and crucial healthcare services to California consumers. Oh, sorry. A naturopathic physicians practice to the full extent of their training to provide
I'll fix it in a second.
Nope, it's okay. To provide collaborative and crucial healthcare services to California consumers.
And just as a neutral observer here, the last vision statement is almost leaning towards like a mission statement. It's very wordy, it's very specific, and like action points. Vision statements should be lofty, visionary, they don't have to be so specific. Should you wish to, then that's obviously your decision. We're here as a neutral party. But your vision statements, again, something lofty, not so specific or nuanced, and not your purpose action day to day as a mission statement, which the second one sounds a little, the second previous one sounds a little too much of a mission.
Did I capture that first one correctly?
What would it look like if we just took the primary care out? So naturopathic doctors provide crucial healthcare services that are accessible to all.
Okay, how do you all feel that? And you're talking about the new option that was drafted by EO and staff. So naturopathic doctors provide crucial healthcare services that are accessible to all, and just getting rid of that primary care.
I like that, but I also was thinking about the earlier comment with a focus on the consumer. And so I'm wondering whether we might better accomplish that by adding the word safely, where is it now? Naturopathic doctors safely provide crucial healthcare services that are accessible to all.
Board members?
I would agree with that addition. I will ask a question of my colleagues. Would you all feel the importance of adding a reference to scope expansion within this vision? Personally, without being an ND myself, I just feel like it might be helpful to kind of have that in there, embedded somewhere, just because, again, going back to vision, I would hope that that's the vision of everything that we were trying to do.
Yeah, and to Mr. Yam's point, as a consumer of naturopathic practice, I would hope that the board would make movement to expand their scope so that I could actually have the opportunity to have that full scope of naturopathic medicine here in California and not have to go over to our friends in Oregon to get those types of services. So I just as somebody that uses a naturopathic doctor would hope that we would be able to do that.
I think that's also something that came up in the environmental scan.
Yes, I think so.
So I think that would be fantastic to include that.
And are we, we're workshopping the new options. The naturopathic doctors safely provide crucial health care services that are accessible to all. Does someone have an idea on how to incorporate a few words?
Full scope. So maybe
crucial, it could say full scope.
Okay.
Well,
or crucial full scope healthcare services.
The thing about it is that right now we are practicing to our full scope. The problem is that the scope is restricted. So do we want to say full scope or like have something about the expansion of the scope? Does that, I mean, it doesn't roll off the tongue as much, but I think it may be more accurate.
May I ask a question of perhaps legal or all of you? Is scope expansion like part of the purview or mandate of the board? I know consumer protection is.
So we have a strong opinion on that.
Right, and I understand. But in terms of legal.
So I'll let you go and then I'll add
No,
some.
go ahead.
So the reason that our board takes a little bit of a different stance on this, and you are correct. So most boards will play on the side of the consumer protection piece a lot. They do not deal with scope expansion or scope modernization at all. That is done by the professional associations, correct? So here, though, when you have a practitioner that is only allowed to do this much of the training that they've gotten this much of, and you have patients that go to see them that they would need all of this skill that they have, and they're only allowed this much, you're really restricting what a naturopathic doctor can do in their practice. And that is a little bit concerning to the safety of the consumer. So when we have consumers that say, hey, I have to travel up to Oregon or have to go up to Washington or have to go over to Arizona, or when I go to Arizona to see my friends or family, that's when I'm getting all my naturopathic care, that's a concern. And for the restrictiveness to be because another profession is scared of scope creep is a little disheartening. So for the safety of consumers is the reason that we are looking at modernizing the scope a little bit. So we're not trying to give them more than what they're skilled to do, but we are trying to make sure that they're in parity of our neighboring states, if that makes sense.
Clarity between as trained scope and as allowed scope, state by state.
Yes, and I mean, we have, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I won't.
And I mean, we've talked about this in detail because it is somewhat atypical, but I mean, there's these broader issues, and then there's like very specific individual situations that put people at risk, like the inability to prescribe an antibiotic in an acute infection. It's frightening, you know, and we all know that there's a huge lack of primary care that people can't get in to see another practitioner. You can't say, oh, well, you can't do this with your naturopathic doctor, so you can just go see this other person in 6 months, you know. So there is a big public safety issue.
I wanted to make sure I bring that up because we work with a lot of the boards and yes.
And so I'd like to just make a suggestion here. And I appreciate whoever was typing who added thank you, Sarah, who added to their full training because, and actually, I'd like to retract the words that I said about scope expansion because truly it's not scope expansion. I believe that rather it's to be able to practice to the full extent of their training, right? And so I'd like for us to incorporate that in here and change the narrative from scope expansion to simply practicing to the full extent of your training. Because I think that's, to your point, I think that's what might get us into trouble, right? Simply the danger or the perceived perception of scope creep, right, might make folks antsy. And so I think really our vision should be just being able to practice the full extent of their training.
How do you answer that? I liked in some of the previous examples where it mentioned closing the healthcare gap because I feel like it implies without explicitly stating to the full extent of training, to say that we're closing that healthcare gap would imply that.
Okay. Are there board members?
Can we go back to the previous?
Sure.
I think it says what we need to say, but it doesn't roll off the tongue very easily.
The second one, sorry.
The second one is the one I was referring to.
Okay.
I do have a suggestion on that, but I didn't want to add quite yet. I'd say crucial.
Doctors provide safe, crucial, and accessible healthcare services to the full extent of their training. That's nice. I like that. And looking at this last one, the naturopathic doctor, and I'll repeat again, naturopathic doctors provide safe, crucial, and accessible healthcare services to the full extent of their training, but also what was brought up about closing the gap. Is there any preference towards that?
I'd just like to, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I wonder what so the gap, there's two gaps that we really talked about or implied. One is the gap between the full scope as trained as opposed to the scope that's permitted under the licensing regulations. But there's also a gap that we've referred to in the past, but I don't know that it's come up explicitly right now in our discussion, and that is the gap in the availability of primary care to Californians that may be geographically based or rural. There's a shortage of primary care doctors in the rural areas or in the inner cities, and that is another gap that we've referred to as well, underserved populations, as it were.
Yeah, and the gap for underserved populations is a really big talking point right now in the legislature. There are a couple of bills actually that focus on practitioners that are in underserved areas. So I know that this is something that's really a hot topic right now. It's something that, of course, our board has been kind of identifying for the last at least decade. So, and just because of that, I think when we discuss the gap, the gap in practice, it's the gap for consumers to get health care, whatever it may be, whether it's from a, PCP, MDDO, or if it's from an ND. So
along those lines, I wonder whether the word crucial is meant to encompass that.
think that's when we were doing our staff meeting, and I think that's kind of how we came up with that crucial, was to kind of bring into that gap. I know Raquel kind of worked on that to take the wordiness out of that first couple of, and so that's why we leaned to the crucial healthcare instead of that gap statement.
Would we be able to speak in more detail about healthcare gaps in some of our action items?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was hoping for, was that in the objectives part of it is where we're calling out, right? Like, what is, given that this is our value, vision, whatnot, what actions are we taking to specifically address, like, for example, seen, again, was part of something that specifically called out reducing, infant mortality rates per capita by X%, right? And then I think that, at some time, the objectives can get hyper-specific, or, again, how far down we want to drill into that. But I'd also just really quickly like to respond to Dr. Tice, my colleagues' comments about was the addition of full extent of training or into the vision. I actually like health. Okay, perfect. Never mind. I really like this anyway, so let's just throw that out there.
The great mention about the strategic planning, that is how a great one works. You have your mission, vision, values, and then your goals, your objectives will pull from them and be more specific. So that was great. How are you all feeling about this vision statement?
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
For the record.
And we are trying to gather the ideas from you all. So props to all. Okay. So at this point, our vice chair, not vice chair, sorry. At this point, board president, right? Did it get changed?
But not yet. It won't go into effect yet.
I think I'm still the chair. Okay. Would you like to, back to the vision.
Shall I go back to the vision?
Yeah. Is this the time, would you like to adopt it and then ask public comment?
I think that's a great plan, especially because we've got a timing thing right now where it looks like lunch arrived, and so if we adopt this, and we move, it's like a really nice transition period. So I would like to see if we have any members of the public online.
This is the moderator. At the moment, we only have DCA staff online.
So just to be clear, we don't have to ask for public comment if there are no members of the public present.
Great.
In knowledge, there's no members of the public in person.
Yes, and there are no members of the public in person here at the meeting. And so I would like to motion that we adopt this new vision statement.
I would second that. Or, sorry, did you ask for motion or?
I did.
Oh, I would motion. So,
well, no, I motioned.
Oh, then I would second.
We're actually good.
Yes.
And can we vote? Do we have to wait?
Okay. So I have a motion to adopt the vision statement as developed at the planning session. Motion was given by Thompson, second Yam, and I will take a roll call vote. Dr. Tice actually left a yes vote on that.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Dara Thompson?
Yes.
Dr. Meena Yoon?
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Deparshi Mukherjee?
Yes.
Mr. Andy Yam?
Aye.
And Dr. Bruce Davidson?
Aye.
And that moves with 6. Thank you. Okay.
We are supposed to break for lunch at 12. It's now 11:55. Is there anything we need to cover in the next 5 minutes, or should we break for lunch early?
What I have is a discussion about the goal areas, if you would like to have that discussion or move to lunch.
How long is that?
I don't know how long the discussion, I can tell you what it entails, so if we can, what the next slide is. There we go. There you go, yeah, it is the next slide. So these are the goal areas you refined and adopted earlier this year in March, and then the next slide The executive officer and staff would like to suggest, if we go back, suggest removing the continuing education goal area due to the lack of, and please, Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, is due to a lack of legislative authority over continuing education. The discussion.
So basically the reason, so I know that you guys have a lot of wants to put this continuing education piece in here. However, we do have to remember that by statutory law, we can only do so much with continuing education. And if we wanted to actually make those changes that I know that some of you had actually brought up, we actually have to go get an author and have that done in statute. It has to go through legislation. And we can't do much in regulations because we don't have the authority beyond what we currently have in statute. So like when we were doing we wanted to make sure that there was some additional training for IV and advanced injection therapy, and we were told that we did not have that authority in statute. So we actually have to go and get legislation for that.
Basically, we need to change our law, or there's nothing we can do about continuing education requirements. They are as written, and we're not allowed to modify them whatsoever. So I think changing that law is a goal, but I don't know if it fits here.
Right. So, I mean, if it's a piece that you guys really want to, so my suggestion on this is if it is something that is very important to you guys, you can definitely keep it as a goal, but just remember when you give objectives, unless it's going and getting legislative change, we're not going to be able to do too much here in the office for you guys. So I just wanted that to sit with you guys before you kept that on there and then started giving us all these objectives to meet that we just will not be able to do without those legislative changes. Now, we do have sunset coming up in a year, so it could be possible that we request changes in legislation during the sunset review like we did last time where we got to add Nancy as one of the approvers. But again, I just wanted you guys to be aware of that before keeping that piece in here. So it's back onto you guys, but I just wanted you to know kind of where we are with that.
Sounds like effectively it's really part of number 4.
Yeah. Is there something specific with the continuing education? I read the environmental scan, but are you feeling like there's a certain regulation that needs to be written in there per se?
You know,
can I
speak to this? So basically, this came up because we had put continuing education standards in the IV therapy regulation package. Right. And legal came back to us and said, you can't do any of those. Unfortunately, 3 years in after we'd already spent a lot of time on them. Yeah. And that brought up for us the realization that we had no ability to change our continuing education standards ever. And should new therapeutics become available, should our scope expand, like all of those things, we are not able to change continuing education requirements ever. And that seems problematic from a public safety standpoint. So we thought in that meeting, and it's just was Rebecca and I think the lawyer, so we totally want everyone else's opinion, but we were like, that seems like a really big problem that we should address and actually change in our law. So that's where it came from.
So I would like to keep it, and it can also go under laws and regulation, but I think that because we have sunset in the year, we should be kind of working on wording and fine-tuning that to know exactly what we want as a discussion.
It seems like an issue that would go potentially work in sunset.
Yeah, so if we actually brought this up as one of our issues in sunset, it's something that the committee at that point would take a look at and say, oh, yeah, you're right. Because there are actually some boards that have this very broad educational piece for continuing education in their statute, which then allows them to go and make changes as needed in regulations to, clarify what, up and over it is that they have. So some will add ethics courses, some will add whatever, or make changes to that. And where we don't have that ability, it's very, you have 60 hours and 20 shall be pharmacology. But other than that, like these are the people that can approve it, and that's that. So I know a lot of the boards are putting that ethics piece in there, and which would probably be a great idea too. And
there are other issues like 45 units of our CE has to be in person, which seems like it's becoming archaic quickly, things like that.
And I wanted to share just a different option for you, should you be interested. We do have a lot of the boards and bureaus that combine licensing with continuing education. So sometimes they call it out, licensing and continuing education, and sometimes it really depends on you because you are unique. So I don't want to lump you and everybody does this. No, I'm just sharing a different option should you be interested, because there's also one of the reasons of creating a separate goal area for continuing education is because it is such a big issue that needs to be addressed, that needs its goal area, it needs its own focused attention. So just have that to consider. You can include it with licensing, or if it's that important, definitely keep it as its goal area.
Do we want to act on this now or think about it over lunch and come back to it?
I'd just like to make a quick suggestion. Perhaps if licensing continuing education gets put together, but we keep in mind that for when we go through goal 4 of laws and regulations, we plug in there as an objective to address the inability to flex. Whatever.
Are you talking about like when we do the action items for each section, that continuing education is an action item under laws and regulations?
Right. Simply the legislation portion itself, not necessarily. And then that'll give us, I think, the kind of the runway to go into the continuing education part in the first part should, again, and that would sort of be based upon whether legislation is achieved. So that would be my suggestion. But
how do you all feel about doing that, adding the continuing education? And laws and regulations is a catch-all for all of the goal areas. It will contain regulations and legislation for licensing, enforcement, stakeholder outreach, board admin, if you need any laws there, regulations.
Also practice, right, that would fall under laws and regulations.
Similarly to how stakeholder outreach goal area will encompass outreach efforts and licensing and enforcement and laws and regulations. But with that said, thank you for putting that out there. Board members, how do you all feel? Would you like to have it combined?
If our hands are tied, though, until we have some regulation change, I don't see why we would actually put it with licensing. Does that make sense? That's my opinion.
So would you recommend keeping it, or would you say keeping it its own goal area, or removing it completely until legislation?
Say that we can remove it, and then under laws and regulation, make it as its own objective.
Okay, but remove it from the list of goal areas. Okay, how do you all feel about that? The 3 options: keep. Second option, combine with the first goal area, and the third option is remove. And I heard some removal.
My only question, I think, would be if you were able to achieve a legislative change as sought by your objective within goal 3, then would folks, as in like, would we then plan for that? Right? Does that question kind of make sense? Like, I'm trying to basically, I guess I'm trying to say, like, if you were able to achieve that within the length of the strategic plan, then do we technically have no plan to address that should, and is it helpful in the strategic plan to add kind of these if-then statements or if-then pieces to the strategic plan, right?
Your strategic plan is organic and ever-growing, so at any point, should you decide or have authority, you can come back and say, we need to add a goal area, we need to add objectives. solid, or even within your own meetings, you can say, we need to develop objectives during this board meeting. We can definitely do that in the future. Again, it's not a permanent, this is the strategic plan, we can no longer change it. Yes, you can adopt it, you can make changes again, you can adopt those changes. So again, have that flexibility. The question, you have a good question, and perhaps that's for your colleagues here, your board members. Do you want to have it in the plan as something to move forward? This is my plan. If it goes through, great. If not, then oh well, because there are plans where not all the objectives were completed. And it was, perhaps there was a challenge, there was an obstacle, there was a rejection somewhere that they weren't able to get that authority to complete that objective, so that objective was never finished. So that could be the case here. If you feel strongly about it and there's a consumer protection need and you're like, we need a continuing education goal area, or we need it to have it combined with licensing, you can definitely do so. And if it isn't accomplished, then at that point, the next strategic planning can be like, okay, never accomplished, we cannot get authority, we need to remove the continuing education, or remove it from being combined from licensing, or again, it is an organic and it's an ever-growing plan. At one point, you can remove it and say, oh, we can't. That helps.
The only reason to have it there would be if it was helpful in explaining why we need that during sunset. Like, is it helpful to have it listed under our goals to be like, here's a goal we can't even meet because of this?
Absolutely. Anything that can show the legislature and prove our issues are real and that there needs to be some type of resolution is actually helpful to us. I have not known the legislature to push back on continuing education stuff. They love that stuff. You know, Dr. Pan, when he was still seated, had added a whole thing of the conflict of interest, which kind of tied some hands, but it did make the substance that we have in the CE that's available to our licensees now a little bit better. So I think it was a great add, and I don't know that they would push back if we said, hey, we have an issue. Here's what we're asking for. Here's some, language that's proposed. I don't think that they would say no. There could be, but I think that if you guys asked if there was an issue with CE, it was in our strategic plan. It's been something that's been identified by the board, and you guys said that there was an issue within the sunset review. It's something that would likely be looked at very closely by the legislature. So absolutely, my suggestion would be to go ahead and put it back in as something that you have as a goal, because we do go sunset. 2025 will be starting for sunset in 2026. So we'll still have another 2 years of strategic planning period that we would be able to accomplish any goals that we set after that point.
Are you saying to add it in as its own separate line?
Sure, yeah, you could. Or you could put it under licensing if you would like to do that too, just to kind of, consolidate it, but that's definitely up to you.
So it currently is its own goal area as you all adopted it earlier this year. Would you like to keep it so?
I like it.
Okay. Great. So then I think this is a great time to break for lunch at 12:10, and it's a 45-minute lunch, so we'll be reconvening at 12:55. All right. Everyone's back from lunch. We are getting ready to reconvene. Everyone good? All right. So we're going to call back to order. It is 12:58 p.m. And can you do another roll call, Rebecca?
Absolutely. Dr. Dara Thompson.
Present.
Dr. Meena Yoon. Dr. Satara Tice. Dr. Deparshi Mukherjee.
Present.
Mr. Andy Yam. And Dr. Bruce Davidson.
Present.
Great. We've got another 6, and we are ready to go. Quorum.
So we're still here with the solid team, and we are going to move on to our next section.
Great, welcome back. So we left off on the whole area. we all decided to leave as is, don't make any changes, so that means continuing education. So now the next step would be developing objectives. Today, again, during the pre-strategic planning session, the executive officer and staff came up with some objectives for your consideration. We will take a look at those in just a moment. You will also have the opportunity to identify objectives of your own. So if you, we're going to go with a quick overview of the strategic planning process and then give you some instructions on how you could identify those objectives.
I think the view is a little, is it off? That's what I was trying to see, if it's off.
And we can continue moving forward. They'll just adjust the camera here for us, for the viewers online. So the strategic planning process roadmap, we have 5 phases, components to the process. Starts out with a preliminary, the setup. We move on to the environmental scan, which is the biggest part of the planning process, which entails the collection of feedback from the major stakeholder groups. We then take that information, we analyze it, we summarize it, we put it in a nice report for you all to read, and then we come to what we are here today, the planning session. We will, the planning sessions, we already had the pre-strategic planning session with executive officer and staff. Today we're having it with you all, and we did a quick review of the mission, values, goal areas, and you all were satisfied with the refinements and adoptions that you made earlier this year. And we took a look at the vision statement. You all made refinements and adopted a new vision statement. And we also looked at your goal areas there and kept as is from the adoption earlier this year. So now we will be looking at the developing objectives for each of the goal areas. The next step would be creating and finalizing that strategic plan. So with the information that we take here today, we will be crafting the wording of the objective. So today, just throw out all of the ideas up on the slide, and I'll show you in just a moment how that's going to look. Just give us all of your ideas. We'll take those and we'll create these objectives, these sentences. We'll work with Rebecca in refining the wording. And the strategic plan will be presented to you in an upcoming board meeting for you to be able to review those objectives, refine if needed, and approve or adopt the strategic plan. And then after that, after it has been adopted, action planning is then offered to executive officer and staff, which is similar to the setup where we ask the EO and staff to identify tasks, performance measures, time frames, and responsible staff. That is the roadmap. The environmental scan, we keep saying environmental scan, so I wanted to throw a quick definition out there. It is basically the study of how the stakeholders perceive your board. The performance, the effectiveness when accomplishing its goal areas, its objectives, its response to the profession in which it operates in, and then the trends that are going on out in the community, out in the world. That environmental scan, we used the SWOT analysis to solicit, to get that feedback. We asked for strengths and weaknesses in each of the goal areas. If you participated in the interviews or the survey, you'll remember that we asked for strengths and weaknesses in each of the goal areas, and we asked for opportunities and threats in the profession in which the board operates in. We also added DEI questions in support of the department's DEI initiative, and these were the questions that were asked of all stakeholders. Different perspectives, unnecessary requirements, outreach connection to all Californians, furthering equal access to opportunities. And there's a section in the environmental scan that has all of that data or feedback summarized for you. And while you're building or identifying your objectives, we do ask you to consider all of this and policy changes and all of in policy changes and in all of your strategic objectives. The roles and responsibilities of those here today. The strategic direction of the board rests in the hands of all of you involved today. Quick reminder, consumer protection is the mandate here. The mission, staff is responsible for implementing the strategic plan and ensuring that strategic objectives are completed. The board members, we do throw out there for you to consider the availability of time and resources of the board. And we have 1 EO and 2 staff, so it's quite limited here. Your resources for you today to help you develop or identify the objectives yourself, your expertise. The objectives workbook, hopefully you jot down some ideas, notes for objectives. The environmental scan, I have 2 copies here should you like to look at one, but hopefully you read it before coming. And then anything else that may be applicable, perhaps the sunset review report or any action items from there or any other pieces of data that you may have that may impact your board and you would like to address it in the strategic plan. So the instructions for today, identified 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. We just throw the number 3 to 6. It could be, if it's only 2, it's only 2. If it's 8, it's 8. If there's no restriction here, it's just a recommendation just because it could get lengthy. We've had some boards identify almost up to 50, which is a lot, but then, again, whatever the priorities and challenges are that you need to identify.
Yes. Is there a copy of the sunset review report available?
The current one, it's on our website. Sorry. Oh, the sunset, yes, the sunset report is on the website, yes.
So for each objective, for each goal area, I'm going to ask you, of course, after reviewing the objectives that are being proposed by EO and staff, I'll ask you to identify any additional issues or topics you would like to address, why you would like to address those, how can the board solve or address those topics, and lastly, what is the desired outcome for that objective you are suggesting. We are going to encourage you to make those objectives SMARTY. And what is SMARTY? The methodology is to be specific. It needs to detail exactly what it is that you want the board to do. It needs to be measurable, something that can be measured down the line when they're developing performance measures during the action planning session. Actionable, uses actionable words. Exactly what is it that you need the EO and staff to accomplish? Do you need them to create something, to refine it, to remove it, develop, reach out to, the realistic, something that is within the purview of the board, something that is within their resource ability within in terms of resources and budget and staff, time-based. A deadline can be assigned. So for the strategic plan, if you don't have a specific deadline, like you have an objective, I want it done by X day. If you don't have an X day, that's fine. It will just resort to the time frame of that strategic plan. Inclusive, so considers all individuals. This goes back to the DEI initiative of the department, and equitable creates pathways to equal outcomes. So you have it in front of you, the SMARTY methodology. Here's an example of what we will be doing today. So first I'll show you what we have here from the pre-strategic planning session, and then I'll ask you. But again, we'll ask you, what is the issue? What is the topic? Here's an example. Untrained staff and the lack of clear policies. And that's specific, as you're specifically saying, staff is not trained, and specifically when it comes to policies and procedures. Why address it? And in this example, it's inconsistent interpretation of laws across the board. How can the board solve it? And you can throw some ideas out there like, oh, let's do mapping of current procedures, write clear policies, train staff, and those that's actionable, it's realistic, you have a time base there, or you could assign a time frame there. And the desired outcome, policies clarified, staff trained, consistency in interpretations, application of laws. And again, this is just an example. Obviously, any topic that is that the board needs to address would go here. And lastly, your desired outcomes would be measurable, inclusive, and equitable. So we'll get started with the first goal area, which is licensing. You can take a moment to read the statement here. And if you do have the environmental scan handy, it's on pages 8 through 9. Any comments in the statement? This is the refined and adopted version from earlier this year. And would you like some time, about 5 minutes, to review the summaries on pages 8 or 9, or would you like to move forward?
So I see that there's a second sentence to this one, right?
A second sentence, sorry.
To board establishes rigorous licensing standards. Basically allows. I mean, there's a second sentence, right, in the environmental scan that references continuing education standards.
Oh, I see. Yes, we added the, okay, now I recall, sorry, I'll explain here. The environmental scan was built on the survey that was sent out. So the survey went out with the former set of goal areas and its statements. So what we're working with today right now is the new set of goal areas and their definitions that were refined and adopted in March. So the survey itself went out before that mission, vision, values, goal area workshop that you all had and adopted the new. So that's why the data that you see in the environmental scan, the name of the goal area, not particularly for licensing or enforcement, but for the other ones, you might see a slight difference in the name of the goal area and a slight difference in the statement itself.
Okay.
And would you like a few more minutes, or would you like to move forward? I have a bullet points summarized for you as well.
Move forward.
Okay. Just a moment, right? Okay, so for the licensing effectiveness rating, it's in the environmental scan in a form of a table, but here we put it in another visual form for you in pie charts. So by stakeholder groups, external stakeholders, board members, executive officers, legal and staff, you see it's pretty good in terms of effectiveness. We have the summaries even summarized even more for you and bullet points. So licensing, we're going to pass out, and I have a few of these to pass out should you like to have it in front of you after we move on from this slide. We have a few copies here. So for internal weaknesses in terms of licensing, we have access to the board, including access via email and phone, communication or the lack of clarity and updates on regulations, and scope of practice is limited. So those were the areas. Those were the areas. And again, those are summarized in your environmental scan, but this is just another quick look just to recap what was in the scan.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
I know that in some of the weaknesses were, in a sense, also mentioned as strengths. So there's a nuance, I guess, between what aspect of communication or responsiveness is being considered.
That is correct. And that typically happens with quite a few of our clients, that they have that same area of strength is also a weakness. It could be many reasons we didn't quite identify any differentiation, but it could be the licensee or consumer reached out to one particular staff versus the other, or that one particular person perceived it in a different way than the others, because again, the diversity piece, we're all different. Someone may find a certain tone rude, someone might find a certain tone pleasant. There's a lot of subjectiveness, thank you, subjectiveness there. So take that into consideration, taking into consideration the objectives that your EO and staff recommended. So perhaps they have an internal perspective that they were able to share within those objectives. And I would like to throw out there the external opportunities and threats. We will display them each time for each of the goal areas. They don't necessarily have to be acted on in the specific goal areas, just to keep in mind, because external opportunities and threats don't really have a goal area. They are just for consideration in each of the goal areas and how it may impact and whether you want to take action or address it in any way. Shall we move forward? Ready? Okay. So here are, as I mentioned, during the pre-action planning session, the executive officer and staff identified objectives for you based on, again, their own resources, the scans, their expertise, I would imagine even the sunset review and so on. So here we have the first objective, and the issue is, or topic, enhance awareness and understanding of licensing processes. Is this something you would like to would you like to have an objective on for your strategic plan moving forward for the next few years?
Can I ask one thing?
Yes.
With these kind of pre-made objectives that the executive officer and staff worked on, we're not trying to wordsmith these today. The wordsmithing is going to come when Solid creates the strategic plan. Mostly we're just trying to capture the ideas, especially because we do have a time limit here and we want to get through everything. If it captures the idea, that's great, and then the wordsmithing can come later.
Thank you, Sarah. Very important.
I mean, this seems like an important goal always, right? Like that people understand what they need to do to go through the licensing process. I would say the renewal process as well.
Enhance awareness and understanding, to start up, improve awareness and understanding. Is this an objective you would like to see in the strategic plan? Yes, no.
I would as well.
Yeah. Okay. So moving forward, and we're showing one at a time so you don't get distracted or overwhelmed with so much information here. The second one is streamline communication channels. Is that an objective you would like to see on this strategic plan, or do you have any questions? Findings. And are you all able to read it? Well, would you like me to read it? And these were previously distributed to you, I'm aware, so we can move on a little bit faster here. And then the last one here on this slide, foster collaborative relationships with applicants and licensees. Is this an objective you would like to see on the strategic plan, or have any questions for the EO and staff? They do that great of a job.
Yeah, these aren't really arguable goals for the most part.
Yes, and we can take that box there.
I'll do that.
And things.
So in the how can the board solve or address these things, if something is bulleted there, it would suggest that that particular thing isn't currently in place. For example, implement a centralized communication platform. That seems like a great idea. So basically what we're saying is that there really isn't one.
There are some, we're not, maybe not implementing it in a way that we should be. So there are definitely rooms of improvement, like our social media. We have like 7 followers. Like, how can we get a bigger gathering type of thing? So some of these, yes. Some of them, no, have not been implemented yet. So these are things that if we implemented them in a way that could solve this, it would be beneficial, right?
I mean,
So that language for that bullet, it sounds like, yeah, that's good. That's really good. Or like the create a feedback loop for continuous improvement in regard to the collaborative relationship with applicants and licensees. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great concept. So to the extent that it suggests that there is one or that it's not working effectively, I think that's an important statement.
Absolutely. Thank you. And the objectives, again, we're taking the ideas and we're going to go back and craft a concise sentence, an objective that captures everything. And for the most part, the column with the how can the board solve and address, those are more like action items. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength here. They're more like action items, but we thought it was important to share with you all because it also brings just more awareness of where the EO and staff are headed with that objective. So there's no misunderstanding, no miscommunication. So when we draft the objective, it's most likely going to contain pieces from the issue, the first column, the issue, the topic, why address it, and the desired outcome. Typically, the how can the board address it will go into the action planning section or the action plan, which breaks down every single step or however detailed or broad you want to be, of course. Yes?
Question on the, I think the third issue / topic. And there's a question for the EO. Do we ever have complaints that are submitted and how, in terms of like in the licensing process, in terms of like the people are saying it's like too slow or whatnot, or
well, we have had a couple of people that were not happy with the 7-day turnaround that we have. But when you look at all of the licensing statistics in DCA, we are one of the fastest when it comes to processing a license application. Once we have everything within our control, we have that license issued within 7 days. So, I mean, we have expectations and mandates from the legislature that there are certain applications that come in that have to be expedited, and so those will get put on the top. But other than that, they are done in the order that they're received and then in the order in which they're all completed for us. So if somebody may have sent something back in September, but if they didn't get anything in until yesterday, then of course today we're going to process it for them to be licensed. So a lot of the times it's back on them, or it's on a third party, like the transcripts coming from their school or the NPLEX results coming from the examination group. So there are things that we can't control, but once it is within our control, we license pretty quickly. So yes, we do get complaints. They come into me usually, like, why am I not getting, and you know, I just have to explain, you could go and try to get licensed with a different board and wait 6 months. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. But, you know, if there is something that was our fault, we do take, you know, we take responsibility for that, and we, you know, apologize for whatever reason that might be. But yeah, we do have a channel in which they can send an email in. What I am wanting to do, and I know that this is just kind of outside, this is going to be in the action planning, but I want to put a QR code on the bottom of everybody's signature block, and that way, if they have a problem with something that's going in licensing, they have a QR code, they can go and do a survey, and we'll collect those throughout the year. And at the end of the year, we can take, or quarterly, we can take a look at those and see if there's some place that there's a bottleneck or if there's an issue that we have to resolve. Correct.
And I only ask the question just because, you know, I think that desired outcomes in many sort of instances is always like, you know, are we trying to you know, expedite something, make the, again, licenses come even faster, or reduce complaints. So it seems that complaints are not an issue in your opinion.
Not here it isn't, right? So
7 days is really fast.
They're really fast.
So regarding the number 3 as well, holding virtual meetings with key partners, Pastor and CNDA. For the CNDA, I think that, I'm not quite sure what the NATUROPATHIC is, but I think that they have maybe 60% of the total MDs that are licensed, or 70%?
Yes, it was a big percentage. I want to say, if my memory serves me correctly, I think it was around 67%. It's a huge population.
Is there any other outreach for the other people that are not CNDA members to be also kind of in the network or getting information?
And so that's why we want to really beef up our social media presence. And I know that may also be kind of a bottleneck, because what licensee really wants to be friends with their licensing board on social media? So, we want to engage our licensees, but we can only do so much. So we did come up with, maybe we should get that newsletter back out. And if they have an email on file with us and they, are on that email list, then they'll get that information from us. So there are different channels that we really want to explore on here. I hope that we can kind of beef up our licensing, communication on social media, but I do understand that some people may be a little hesitant to be friends with their board, but we'll see what we can do. But we definitely want to reach more consumers that way, for sure.
These 3 objectives on the slide look good. Be added to the strategic plan. Okay, so moving on to the next slide that has, I think, another 3 objectives, but we'll look at more. Here we go. Just a moment. Ensure regulatory compliance. Is that an objective you would like to see on the strategic plan? Or do you have any questions for that? Oh, okay, moving on to the next one. Enhance transparency and reporting. This is an objective you would like to see in the strategic plan. Do you have any questions about any of the info that you see up here?
I'm not sure I fully know what that means.
Enhancing transparency and reporting.
So basically what we're wanting to do is make sure that our staff can run reports and gather the data that show if there may be an issue going on. Because you can see these types of things with aging in applications or aging in complaints. They're sitting there for a year before you get to it. So there are ways that we can utilize some of our reporting to show us a bigger picture, and I want to be as transparent as possible. I want our staff to be able to be as transparent as possible to me, and then I, in turn, be as transparent as possible to you guys as the board, and then for all of us to be transparent to the consumers that are relying on our licensees, practice. So we just want to make sure that we're doing what we can to increase that data and to bring it back to you. I know Dr. Davidson would probably be a big fan of this because he's very data-driven. I'm not so much, but I know that there are some great opportunities that can come from getting that reliable data. So I want to make sure that what we are pulling is accurate and what we're putting into the system is accurate and so forth. So that's just basically what this is kind of getting here.
Implement equitable licensing practices. This is a topic, an objective that should be on the plan. Do you have any questions for Rebecca?
No, that's fine.
I mean, this seems like a great goal. Can you give me an example of what a barrier might be?
I don't know that there's barriers per se, but I can tell you that right now, 75% of our population is female and 25% is male. Don't know why that is. We haven't done much research to that, but I can tell you that the biggest population of licensees, naturopathic doctors in California, are female. So is there a way that maybe we can reach out to kind of undergrad schools and say, hey, naturopathic doctors are this? And because right now we know that and I don't know for what reasons people become naturopathic doctors, but from my understanding and from what a lot of my colleagues have told me is because they have had issues where they couldn't figure out what was going on, and, conventional medicine wasn't doing it for them, and they just got hyper-focused into, naturopathic medicine, and they were like, whoa, let me go this way. And so I don't know if maybe females are just more in tune with wanting to know what's going on with themselves, and that's why we have such a greater population of the females than males. But this could be one place that we can kind of start reaching out and making sure that we're attracting, everybody. And then we also know that just the minority groups and stuff is just kind of limited. So we've got this really huge population, and I think that if we could get into those kind of undergrad schools or even the JCs before they even get there, or seniors in high schools when they're, people are going and doing, career days and stuff at the high schools, maybe we should be going and kind of saying, hey, there's this other, practitioner that you can look into and, doing that as well. Now, that is definitely something that I know that the professional association would probably get behind as well. For us, we just want to make sure that we have enough of a good population of both female and male, because you have some males that they don't want to go to a female doctor. And when you only have a couple of, our licensee population is so small anyway, so when you only have, 400 NDs that are men and everybody else is women, or whatever the case may be. I'm not doing the math in my head right now, but it does limit what is out there for the consumer. So we were just thinking that this is a great place where we can actually kind of go and try to get more people involved.
So I appreciate this part because I think we now have come back to DEI, which is super great. I don't know where to kind of, at which point is it to ask this question, either whether it be 1 or 5, but I'm interested in an objective that directs staff essentially to build out what that data looks like in terms of the licensee population, in terms of race, ethnicity, geographic location, just whatever we can glean from that. The gender one is a great example, right? And then, you may see that in other professions where there is imbalance, right? And so how are we, taking intentional actions to do that? So I would be interested in part of this, whether it be here or somewhere, to instruct staff to build out that sort of profile and data of our licensee population.
Sure. I can tell you that during our renewal process, all of the licensees have a survey that they have to fill out, and this, the HCI survey is actually data that I believe is the Department of Healthcare Services, I believe, is who does the survey. And so they collect all of this information. Now, I'm not sure what information is actually on their website. I did actually collect the sex one from their website, but I'm not sure that it actually drills down into race and that type of thing. So I can definitely look at that. Now, we can definitely send out surveys. It's not a mandate, so I'm not sure how much information we're going to get back. And unfortunately, sometimes data is only as good as the information that you have, right? So if we don't have the whole 100% of the population giving us that, and we're only getting, in this case, we got how many licensees responded? 111 or something like that. And we have a population of over around 1,400. I mean, that's not even 10% of our population. So it's, you get a small portion and they gave you information, but is that information really a good, true data set of what the whole data would come in if you got everybody to respond? So it's going to be difficult. We can definitely send surveys out like that to try to collect that information. And we may be able to reach out to the professional association to see if they have some of that information as well.
Right, and maybe from the professional association, but when a naturopathic doctor renews their license, what information is submitted to you all?
So we don't get any of that. That survey stuff that goes to HCI, we don't get any of that. It's not collected on our behalf, so we can't even see what they put in there. The only items that we get back are the stuff that we ask for, like, you know, did you have any enforcement actions? Did you have any convictions? Are you going to retire in the next 5 years? That type of thing. So those are the only things that we get back. So that data that we would really like to see, we don't have any access to that except what is on that HCI website. So we're, but that survey is not on the paper renewal. The HCI. That HCI, it's not. The everything that we get on that, so that's really limited. It doesn't have all of the other stuff that's on that HCI. I mean, it's a really in-depth. Yeah, that is, but we get a lot of those is they decline to answer. So we get a lot of decline to answer.
That's an interesting data point, right?
Declining to answer.
And, I mean, I guess my question is, HCI is the California Department, right? Healthcare Access. Is there any way that you all could request data? And I guess maybe it just seems like natural progression of logic here is that somewhere in the state of California there should be a research arm that does do, or whether that's supported by Solid, I don't know, that helps support some sort of research need into like population groups, right? That and maybe as we know now we've discovered, it's a paper renewal. You aren't able to provide this in-depth survey, right? So
I can definitely reach out and see what we can get from HCI, and then after that, after we have the strategic plan, then we can, you know, develop some ways of gathering this information for you guys. But absolutely, if it's something that you guys are interested in, we can put it on as something to go and look for.
Follow up the point, which I agree with, is it seems as though while it's a laudable issue, if there's no information on what exactly would be an underrepresented group, it would be difficult to imagine how this would be addressed.
Right. The only thing that I have right now is the difference between the female and the male population. I mean, it's a big difference. So
I don't really think of that as a barrier to licensing because that ratio is present because that's who's enrolling in school.
Sure.
So this isn't really a barrier to licensing. It's more of an outreach. And I kind of feel like that's a huge responsibility of the schools to try to go to the fairs and try to attract students. I don't know how much I feel this needs to be the board's priorities. And I definitely don't think of it as a barrier to licensing.
Sure, and that is true. That is true. It just was something that came up during the CNDA conference this last April. So April, May, whatever it was. So it was something that was just kind of in my mind and fresh. And because we're looking at these DEI issues right now, it was something that I thought maybe I should bring to your guys' attention. The only barrier to licensing, I think that you would really have a big problem are the unlicensable traditional naturopaths, right? So.
Some people complain about it.
Yes, absolutely. The cost is, and so, right.
The top one that's mentioned in here.
The cost, right. Unfortunately, we have, when, you know, the smaller the population, the larger the fee has to be in order to, you know, have an administrative body.
And that could also go to, so I have a few things. She's talking about licensing. So the implement equitable licensing practices could include indirectly the cost can be, because you said it's not an issue to you, but it could be the different socioeconomic sectors that to someone it may be a burden, but to someone else it may be perfectly fine. It's just change out of my pocket, but to someone it could be their whole check for this month. So not the whole check because I don't even know how much that we got. But it is a bigger chunk of their budget. So it's considering going back to the training video, the burden, how it burdens people differently, and the groups, the whole DEI, the diversity. So just wanted to mention that. I wanted to respond to Yam's comments. Can Solid help? The only thing we can help on is develop surveys. So we help with survey development and hosting. We're not in the realm of like doing research or data gathering of that sort. But you are welcome to reach out to us for survey development and hosting. And lastly, my question, would you like to keep this as an objective? Is this something that the board should be focusing on for the next few years?
Our sixth goal was outreach. Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm. Stakeholder outreach, correct.
I think it fits in a little bit more in outreach than it does licensing.
Definitely just like to say that that was a really very good or very true point, right? It's like, are we in the business of increasing people in this profession? And there's a line there. It seems that some people have opinions on which sides are on. And that's totally fine. But so I don't really know how much of this I'm kind of with. And then to Bruce's point, it just seems that this one is not yet fully there yet, because we're not calling out what are the underrepresented groups. And I think to a certain extent, we don't even know, right? And so I just feel like I kind of like this here in a sense, but I just don't think it's right at the moment. And part of that also too is that, and I come back to, right, where I think some of this could be in licensing was what I had talked about earlier, was how, can the department, as part of your objectives, develop a profile of your licensees, of the people that we are regulating in that sense, right?
Sure.
And that will tell us, I think, where some disparities are. And I think maybe where the buck stops, or where it stops with us, and then it goes into the realm of the practitioners and the professional association, is that I'm sure that we can release the data on, okay, well, look, 75% of practitioners this, 25% of practitioners this, 90% of practitioners are one race, 90% of practitioners are one ethnicity, right? Like, we can release this data, but I do think that, depending on,
sure,
right, figuring out, what is our role, right? What is our role here as a regulatory board? So, that was
So yeah, to develop a profile of licensee populations here to perhaps guide the efforts should you just want to keep this objective. I'm getting a nod, I'm getting some no nods.
This is just a snapshot, but if you've got the scan in front of you or nearby, there were some demographic questions starting in Appendix C. Obviously, it's just from the people who wanted to answer these questions, so it may not represent your entire licensee population, but that might be like a good starting point. And obviously, it's not all licensees. It could be consumers who answered as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there a desire?
I mean, appreciate that. I do think that, of course, this is just a very small sample size, and one that was probably by random assignment, or all that good survey stuff that goes on with it. But appreciate that. But these are some of the questions that I'd like to know, right? I'd like to know how. Yeah, you all literally did race, then you dived into API stakeholders and the ethnic subgroups, which is wow, we've gone far in data segregation. So yeah, just ways that we can, and maybe the assistance from Solid is that survey development, right? And whether, again, how are we gathering information about our licensees, right? And that's why I think that to a certain extent, as I was saying before, I think it does belong in licensing, but I also want to be very mindful of what was mentioned previously. Sorry, still thinking, but I would pass it back to someone else.
Okay. Board members, how do you feel about this objective? Is this something that you would like to see in the strategic plan? Something that you think the board should be addressing? Or perhaps addressing differently, perhaps the issue, the topic, implement equitable license practices, perhaps this doesn't feel right. Is there another method they should use to address the larger topic? That makes sense. Or is the topic well stated? Like, should it be restated? Is there confusion or?
Instead of implement, maybe determine equitable licensing practices, because one of the things I think with Andy's issue is you don't know what you're implementing if you don't know what the problem is. Right?
Okay. I like that.
To the extent that diversity is a fact, it strikes me that maybe part of the challenge that we're struggling with here is that what we don't know what we don't know. And maybe part of the objective, an objective to say that we want to know the degree to which the characteristics of the licensee population are different than the characteristics of the population at large. In California, diversity is a fact. So that suggests that the population at large in California is diverse and it has these characteristics. So wouldn't it be nice to know the degree to which the licensee population does or does not reflect that distribution of characteristics? Because that would help us understand the degree to which there are, in fact, underrepresented groups. We don't know, so it's hard to even know if there are underrepresented groups. And if there are, then they can give us clues as to what are the barriers that are resulting in the existence of underrepresented groups. If some of the underrepresented groups are based on income level, those would suggest some barriers. If they're based on ethnicity, those would suggest perhaps other barriers. If they're based on LGBTQ status, that would suggest other barriers.
So the topic, so we added a little bit more to one of to the third bullet there, develop profile of licensed populations and compared to California population. Is under the topic or issue, which is the first column, is it hitting the point, the objective correctly, or is?
Well, I'm sorry, which one are?
So the determine equitable licensing practices.
Oh.
Does that get at what you're saying? Or do you think, or what the board should be doing?
Yeah, how can we implement if we don't even know what they are?
Okay.
So maybe that's kind of, where I'm going with that.
Okay. So it sounds like keeping this objective of the strategic plan and 4 or 5, well, all of the objectives here are a yes?
Yes.
Yep. Yes. Okay. Yes. Moving on to the blank slide here. Are there any additional topics or issues that you think the board should address within the next couple of years that weren't already addressed in the 6 objectives that were proposed and which you agreed with? Rebecca and our team did a great job. Okay.
I'll also say, I think they are the ones dealing with the licensing, so I would expect them to be the authority in this particular issue.
Exactly. So it's that expertise, that experience that they bring in, which we thought adding that pre-strategic planning part of the process would be very helpful to the board members. And obviously, board members, you all have great questions and great insight as well to add, should you desire to add more objectives. So with the 6 objectives that we have under licensing, and there's no additional items to address, Chair, would you like to open up for public comment?
Yes. Do we have any members of the public? There are no public members in the room. Are there any public members online?
There are not.
Great. I think we can move on then.
So we will move on to continuing education. I'll swap Places with Sarah, and Sarah will lead us.
All right, Elle finally gets a break. All right, so we decided that we're going to keep continuing education. So we'll just quickly look at the goal area descriptions. Does this still kind of meet your needs for continuing education?
Well, again, that's a great goal that we cannot implement currently. Like, we can review and approve continuing education providers, so that is the only thing we can do as a board.
Do you want to change standards to providers then, just because right now that's all you can do?
But we're not even doing that right now. We don't have the resources to, I mean, we do one-off, but we don't accept applications for continuing education providers. We don't get money for it. And it is a little bit of a burden on our staff because of the resources. It takes a long time to go through those, and making sure that there's no conflict of interest, making sure that, the educational pieces are, in the realm of continuing education for naturopathic doctors, and it's not something that has nothing to do with them. We can require ethics or, practice. They have continuing education on how to have set up a practice, but we're not going to allow that. They can take it, and they may be able to take it under their 15 hours of self-study, but it's not something that we would approve per se. So it's just not something that we're doing right now because we don't have the resources, and because we're not collecting fees for it like other boards do. It's one of those things that I had to put a kind of a stop to. We do take one-offs, but we just don't have the resources to. Going over and reviewing an educational packet for continuing education, it takes a lot of time.
And one of the things.
But we are involved in deciding how many hours licensees need, and we review it. Yeah, and then we have to review that they turned in those certificates.
Yes, so we're reviewing that they've met the requirements.
So that's not continuing education, correct? That's just
the continuing there. So we have to look at. So we actually do an audit, and that is the only way that we're actually looking at those continuing education that they're taking. So if somebody is lucky or unlucky enough to get pulled into an audit, and if they didn't have something that met our requirement, then we have to say, unfortunately, this doesn't meet it. You have to go and do another one to make up that whatever. So, yes, we do review it in that manner, but we right now are not approving a course by us. Now, there are others, CNDA, of course, if it's approved by them, we'll take it with no hesitation. NANCIAC with no hesitation. If it's something for a physician and surgeon in California, we'll also take it with no hesitation. But other than that, we're...
So, yeah, I mean, one of the things that we would like to do as far as changing our statute around continuing education would be to allow things like reciprocity with other states. So if something was, well, that's just something we talked about that would take the burden off. Like if something was approved in Oregon, we could accept it, sort of thing. But at this point, we are not, because the way that our continuing education wording is written is so specific, it allows for no flex. Yes, Dr.
I just had a question, and if someone could explain to me how. So currently, as statute is written, the continuing education requirements are set forth by what's written in that legislation. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so in other boards, they're allowed to approve coursework or that we can't do?
Correct. So other boards, the way their statute is written is more flexible and allows them to change it over time as need permits. Ours was not written that way. So the legal interpretation is these are the continuing education requirements forever for naturopathic doctors in California. And it's pretty short description.
It is pretty short.
And if anyone, we can tell you what that is.
So it's Business and Professions Code 3635. It's about this big it's really little. So basically it just states that They have to have at least 20 hours of their CE shall be in pharmacology, no more than 20 hours in any single topic, no more than 15 CE in childbirth attendance, and then the course shall pertain to naturopathic, osteopathic, or allopathic medicine. So, I mean, it's very, very specific, and it does not give a lot. There is another one that says, another part of that says the continuing education requirement of this section may be met through continuing education courses approved by, and it lists a couple of boards and other agencies that will be able to approve those for us. But other than that, then you have.
So we can approve?
We do. We can. We just can't.
Rebecca's saying we don't have to.
Right. Right. But which is a revenue source for some boards, right?
It's a big revenue source for boards. It's a really big revenue board. Like, so for NANCIAC, I think it's like $1,000 per application for coursework to be a vendor that can approve and create CE for naturopathic doctors. So yeah, it's a big revenue.
To get to that point, we need to be able to thereby also even influence what the existing CE requirements are.
Correct, right. Mm-hmm. And the fee, anytime you get a fee for something, that has to be done through legislation. So they actually have to give us the authority to put a fee on something. So if there's no fee on something, like right now, change of address, if, they wanted to do a change of address form, we have to do that. For the longest time, we were doing license verifications, which other boards, charge $25, $30 for, and we were doing that for like a decade with no fees attached. And now thank goodness, we got it through our last sunset where we can actually charge for that now. So unless we have the authority to charge for something, we can't do it. So we were doing the CE applications for continuing education from vendors with no fee present, and it was just taking a lot of time for our staff to look those over and to make those approvals. So it's just something that we have to kind of think about. But it's definitely, if you guys want that authority, then it's something that we have to ask for during either a legislative change like sunset, or we have to get an author to, yeah.
In that case, it kind of sounds like reviews and approves may still be okay to keep in here. But as far as the standards part, that's kind of the education standards. I think that might be what needs to be changed.
What is it that we're reviewing and approving? We're reviewing and approving the applications for renewal of licensure by licensees to see whether they have met their requirements for continuing education.
Correct. Right now, that is what we do.
Standards, just requirements.
Or it could say the board establishes the continuing education standards or requirements.
But we don't establish them.
But we could if we changed, if we had a legislative change.
And so that's why I'm like, I thought that we had approved this because the whole point was to tell the legislature and say, hey, this is an objective we can't even do, but it's important to us because, as a regulatory agency, you don't even have the ability to regulate your own education requirements, right? So that's what I thought the purpose of this for, which is why, I don't know how to kind of approach this because to a certain extent, this is something that we can't even do, right?
Is this something that we could have a subcommittee be in charge of reviewing the applications?
Yeah, and that's what I think a lot of boards do. I know that NANCIAC has a board of reviewers that quarterly you have to get your application in, and quarterly what they'll do is they'll take all these applications and they go over it and make sure that everybody's meeting these criteria, first of all, that there's no conflict of interest in there. And if there is, what happens is that panel, they all have scoring, and so they write down the scoring, they write down their comments as to why they gave them a score the way they are, and if there's any issues, then that goes back to the applicant, and the applicant, if they're not approved, they know what they need to do in order to change their coursework, and then they can reapply. So it would be something like that. I'm guessing that that's what some other boards do, but I know NANCIAC, if, you know, under the Federation, that's what they do for naturopathic doctors. So it's something that we could do too if we had the resources, which would mean that we'd need to have the authority to collect a fee for that so that we can hire somebody to do that. Which would in turn raise your guys' fees.
How often would we be getting applicants? Like, it doesn't seem like that would be like a full-time position.
Probably not. Probably be a part-time, right? But it would still be a resource that would be draining of the board staff.
Okay, so we still have to figure this statement out. And it sounds like people are open to it being aspirational.
And like I said, if you guys got a legislative change during sunset, then, I mean, you could definitely review the standards and say, hey, are these what current standards for continuing education needs to be right now? Like, is this 15 years ago standards that we're working off of, right? So
if we had to hire someone to be part of the review, would the net be zeroed out? Like, this isn't actually going to be something that builds revenue.
So depending on how much we charged for an application fee, it could cover the cost, maybe, depending on how many people do that. Now that NANCIAC has been established and they're approved through NANCIAC, they can pretty much go to any of the regulating states. So a lot of them are choosing not to just go state to state and pay those. They're just going there now. So Oregon was a big, big state that did a lot of this review work, and they did it, I believe, for free as well. And so it was really like choking their staffing resources. So when NANCIAC came around, they actually made the legislative change that they're no longer doing anything except for like Oregon state only. So like the conferences and stuff that the Oregon Association does. But other than that, they're not doing anything that would be considered for outside NDs, outside the state of Oregon. So a lot of the states are choosing to let this continuing education piece go and just make sure that they're still doing the standards. And what happens is NANCIAC will go annually and they look at all the standards to make sure none of the standards for the states have changed. And then they go to the highest level and then they make sure that they're meeting that standard. So as long as NANCIAC stays really highlight that, then I don't personally wouldn't think that it would be something that we would want back this way, because, you know, the cost of the application may not go up as quickly as the cost of paying a staff member because, you know, with the unions and stuff, they get the 5% every year increases, where we wouldn't be going and increasing that application fee 5% every year. So it's just things to take into consideration.
So it seems to me that for the purposes of continuing education, what we should be thinking about from consumer protection is our standards. Do these need to evolve or be adjusted?
Right. And then if you're seeing enforcement issues going up in like unprofessional conduct, do we really need to get some ethics in there? So do we need to have our people, you know, going and taking ethics courses like some of these other professions? So yeah, definitely I would look into keeping that standard because it's something that it is the board's responsibility to be maintaining that, and then to allow you guys to have that authority to make those changes in regulation so you know, when you choose to do that.
So we would have to change the wording so it doesn't sound like we're reviewing specific CE events and just that we're reviewing the actual standards or the requirements.
Yes, yeah, I'm just trying to read this. I'm sorry, I was reading this as you were doing that to see if I could think of how you would do that. The board reviews and approves.
So if we went back to the board establishes continuing education requirements.
Yeah, like the board reviews and establishes continuing education standards to promote the excellence of it. Yeah, I would definitely change that.
Full well knowing that we can.
We can, it's just through legislative change. So it's just something that you have to know that we wouldn't just be able to go and make a regulatory or policy change and it happened. We'd have to go and make a legislative request to do this.
I like establishes because it is sort of projecting into the future, like this is our aspiration. We actually have control over this as a board.
Right, the osteopathic medical board liked a lot with manifest, so you're kind of manifesting this into. They really liked that word. It was very funny. If I could guess who. No. All right. Yeah. There's another slide actually. Yes. Next, we're going to go into. I believe this is. Those are like the ones again because this is a new goal area. Those won't apply too much. Okay. Here we go. This is the suggested objective that our EO and staff suggested. So licensees don't know what they can take. There's a lot of confusion, and so there was a suggestion to keep updated lists and reach out to CNDA. Does it seem like something we want to put under continuing education?
Or?
Yeah. Yeah. And then for the speaking legislative proposal that we've been kind of talking about this entire board meeting, is that something we want to put under the continuing education goal area, or is it something we want to put under laws and regulations?
Can we put it in both, or is that problematic?
It would be a little redundant to put it in both. I think my suggestion would just be to put it under continuing education, but if you have different thoughts, please speak up.
Probably depends on how you all feel. Honestly, it can go under, typically if you have a law and regulations goal area, it would go under there because it's related to that topic. But considering the unique situation of the board with developing this as a new goal area, only having one objective and trying to, seek authority through sunset, perhaps you may want to just drop it here, but I don't think there's a right or wrong answer.
But if we were to put something here about when the law is updated, we would implement these changes, sort of like upon.
Like a trigger.
Yeah, upon legislative changes to 36, 35, whatever, however you guys want to put it, and then what it is that you're wanting to do at that point.
So our issue topic is that we currently don't have the authority to do this.
Right. But we know what we want to do once we get it.
So I'd like to just make a point. My recommendation would be to put it into the third one of legislation and regulation, because as we kind of discussed in the topic of practicing to the full, being able to practice to the full extent of your training was also supposed to then eventually live in the legislation and regulation part of it. So I think that keeping the continuity to keep it all sort of like any sort of legislative changes that we need will stay into 3.
Okay.
And then in this part, the only reason why I would perhaps recommend against, if passed or if legislative changes is because you essentially be showing your cards and saying, okay, well, if this happens, this is what we want. I'd rather not maybe define that and say, like, we, that full practice for scope, or sorry, full practice to extent of training, plus also the continuing education things. That's just what we need, right? Yeah, and I don't really think. I think that maybe in the explanatory part when folks talk about it, then at that point you can maybe go into these are the different things that comes with this part of it. But I just would not be. My personal recommendation would not be to spell out okay, if you gave us this, what we're going to do with it, because I think it should just be kept relatively open-ended, and rather than having something that says, should X be enacted, I will do Y.
On this particular topic, showing our cards is not going to be problematic. I think it's being able to show that we want extra training, showing that we're, implement ethics or something like that in the continuing education realm. So I don't know necessarily if we need to shy away from that. That's my perspective.
And I think the desired outcome would be to maybe ensure training is kept with the, up to date, basically, because right now we're going with standards that were, 18 years old, and so we definitely want to make sure that there's been some changes in naturopathic medicine, and just like the IV therapy, it's such a big part of a lot of the practices now where it wasn't so much when we first did this, because we didn't get that until 2007, right? And we were already licensed for 2 years with the same standards, and so there's been a lot of growth in just the naturopathic profession, and so we want to make sure that we're identifying that and that we have the ability to make those changes as needed. And so I think that's why the board is really wanting to make sure that we're capturing this now, so that we show in Sunset that this is an issue, that we would get a little bit more traction.
I would agree with you, Mina, that I don't think that it's something that we need to keep hidden. I think it makes us look good for the legislature. I think we have licensees that may take issue.
What if it just said, under 2, it said modernizing continuing education program, and then under how can the board address it, like a second bullet point could be investigating the infractions, or I don't know what word you used. So yeah, complaints, so that one of the desired outcomes is just a reduction in those complaints or consumer protection.
And I just want to say, I also appreciate the part someone shared about just modernizing, right? Like keeping up with the times, right? I think that's simple. And to that other part about, sort of what is written into this. This is one that I know I kept talking about nuance and specificity, but I think that this is one that should be kept broader if, again, were to be included. Should just be left broad. But I do like the desired outcome is to monitor.
Welcome, caller 4.
Yeah, perfect.
Hello, thank you. And then just confirming a quick mic check.
Your mic is good.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't think we want program. I think you're right. I think we want, under number 2, Dr. Yoon was saying, we probably don't want program. And I don't think we really want requirements. We want statutes.
How does this look? Good to be added to the strategic plan? Topics, other topics you would like to address? Time for public comment?
Do we have any public members present online?
There are no public members online.
And there are none here in the room. Thank you.
We'll change to the statement. Objectives here. I'd like to move on to the next goal area.
All right, so next we'll move on to enforcement. Okay, actually, can we move the thing here? Sorry, not to screen so much. Oh, thank you. Okay, so here's our description for enforcement. Board prevents, reduces, remediates unlawful and unsafe activities. Kind of looking this over, just kind of describe what we want enforcement to be described as. I've been described twice, but.
Good.
Okay. And then if you've got the environmental scan on hand, you can look at the summary on page 13. Here's our effectiveness rating. Sorry. No worries. So overall, pretty good. Only 18% score for external stakeholders. And then we'll pass out those quick summaries for the enforcement area. You can have those as references. All right, so a couple of things: organization, communication, limited resources, and unlicensed activity. Here's some things that were talked about. So we can go on to the next slide. So looking at the objectives that were created during that pre-strat plan session, our first one here, issue topic. Oh, sorry. Yes.
This is about enforcement?
Correct. Did we not pass out enforcement?
Oh, no, just wondering.
Oh, yes.
I thought it was seems like some of this doesn't relate to enforcement, but sorry about that.
No worries.
I just got confused.
I can't speak specifically to NATUROPATHIC, but I know with my other client I'm working for, scope of practice came up a lot in enforcement because they, at least for the other client I was working with, their licensees were getting in trouble for doing stuff that they're trained for, but they're only allowed to do certain things.
Yes, that's exactly why it's on here.
I was feeling this is a similar situation. So our first objective here is compliance rates. So why address it? To improve enforcement on licensees and decrease those enforcement actions. A few things that the EO staff came up with on how to address that. Comprehensive compliance training, robust monitoring system, regular audits. And our desired outcome for that would be decreasing compliance or increased compliance rates by 25%. That seems like something that the board is interested in including in the strategic plan? Or is there anything we might need to change about this one?
Basically, just for a little background on this one, the reason I came up with this is we still have a lot of licensees that they go and they read the statute. They think the way that they interpret it isn't very easy because they're not lawyers, they're doctors, right? So some of them can interpret it correctly, and then others don't interpret it so well. And then you have some that don't even read their statute, and they come over, they're already licensed in like 4 other states. So they come here thinking they can pretty much do the same thing because a naturopathic doctor should be able to practice as a naturopathic doctor no matter where they are, just like a nurse or a physician can practice similarly to their training no matter where they are. So this has been a big thing. And what I wanted to do, and I've already kind of taken it upon myself to actually do it, is I went into our statutes and I started putting them in layman's terms. So basically, an 8th grader can read these and know what a naturopathic doctor can do or not do. And it's in a very easy to read, format. I am going to make sure that we send it over to legal to make sure that we're not misinterpreting anything, but I really wanted to put a simplified version of the statute in there with the actual link to the real statute so they really know what they are and are not allowed to do. And I think by doing that, it will help address some of these enforcement cases that we have here that we really shouldn't have, just because it's just a matter of not knowing what they can and can't do. So I think if we were able to do that and put it on the website as a resource for our licensees, it would be a reduction in some of the just because they don't know type of enforcement action. So which then brings costs down for our board. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's why this is on there.
What would conducting regular compliance audits look like?
So basically what our staff can do is quarterly or monthly, they'll go through those enforcement actions and see what those complaints are coming in for. Are they coming in for, not keeping records? Is it coming in for, unprofessional conduct? Is it coming in because they're doing something outside of their scope? Is it coming in because they are giving orders to an RN? It's these types of things. So we want to make sure that we're reviewing what's coming in and kind of identifying where those big problems are so that we can actually go in and fix them, if we can. I mean, some things just can't be fixed, but I think some things like in this, where if we were able to simplify the statutes in an easier to read format for our licensees, there's going to be a better understanding of what they can and can't do. And it's going to be, at that point, the expectation would be that if you know what you can and can't do and you're a good person, you're not going to get yourself in trouble by doing what you're not supposed to. So I'm hoping that with putting these simplified statutes on there, that it will help kind of reduce some of those error type of enforcement actions that we get.
Aggressive wishful thinking.
I know. But, we've been asked before, why can't this be in, an easier to read format? And people say that all the time. How are we supposed to read these statutes and know what this means? This is like legal people, jumbo mumbo. So it's just, I think that because we hear it so often and we have the opportunity to do this, I think that it would be a really great thing to do.
So I'm seeing the common theme data once again, right?
Yes. And because because we have Breeze, which we've really got it dialed in. I mean, we went to the Breeze in 2013. We really started making big changes to it in 2014. So we've really been able to play with it a lot. We've made a lot of changes and enhancements to it on our side. And I think that now that we have the staff, we can really train them to run those reports on a consistent basis and then take that information, provide it to myself, and in turn, I can review that, they can review that, and we can see where these spots of opportunity to be fixed are. And then we also, bringing that stuff to you. I know Bruce has asked many times, is there a way that we can see the breakdowns of how these complaints come in and how we are, investigating these and that type of thing, and what is the aging on these and that kind of thing. And we actually have the ability to do that now. So I think these are things that we have to be able to implement those processes, and and once we do that, bring them to you guys. And I think it's just going to make it a lot easier to kind of see where these problems lie, and easier for us to identify and fix.
Right. And then also, and maybe this is kind of a question, but I was thinking also, like, should some part of evaluation kind of be within these objectives? And what I mean by that is that, so it says increase compliance rate among licensed entities by 25%. So when you're looking at the numbers for compliance among licensees, is it read in like a 50% of our licensees are non-compliant, or is it read as 25 or 50? Sorry, let's just say it's 75% compliant and 25% non-compliant. Is it read? How is it read?
Let me give you a perfect example of this. We have a very large population of licensees that do not let us know when they move within the 14-day mandate that they're supposed to do. So we're sending out their renewals and we're getting them back, or they're renewing online and we're sending out, $50 worth of certificates and licenses, and we're getting them back to us because they didn't change their address online or whatever. So before we were like, hey, we got this back from you. Have you made a change in your address? And they'll be, oh yeah, I moved 2 years ago. And I'm like, so, and it's a lot of work for our staff because there's a lot. I mean, I'm not talking just one or two. We're getting lots of mail back. So I was just like, if my staff has to do more work to get you your stuff that you asked for, then, and you're not doing your part and making sure that you're meeting your mandated requirements, then we're going to have to cite and fine you. And I don't want to have to do that. I mean, but we will. So I think for us to bring these down, and because right now I've already told our staff, if you're getting something back, you're going to give them a cite and fine for $250. And it's just we've made this mention of the address changes. I don't know how many times now, a lot. And at this point, we're in year 5, 6 here, and we're still getting these things back, and it's still a big problem for us. So for that reason, we're going to start implementing the cite and fine on it. But if we can bring that down and reduce and making sure we're getting the compliance, so if somebody's moving and they're making that change, then great. Or if my, licensee or my staff just happens to be on a phone call with them and they say, oh, yeah, I didn't get my license. Can I have you guys send it again? And they're like, well, what's your, address? And they confirm that it's not what we have. Then we can say, hey, you were supposed to make that change within 14 days. And they can right there and then, because, when I was making a presentation over at the CNDA a couple months ago, I had made mention of that. Do you know, while I was up on stage presenting and giving that address change information thing, people actually went on to Breeze right there in the audience, made the change of their address, and they were in compliance within 2 minutes. So they don't want to get charged $250, right? So we want to try to curb these types of nuances before they become big issues.
Right. So my question on the evaluation component is that what is this 25%, right? So is it like every time you run the report of 1,000 licensees, whoever has outstanding non-compliance?
It's our enforcement data. So if we have, 15% of our licensed enforcement actions are for XYZ, we want to try to bring that down. So if it's for, let's say address change thing. We want to reduce that by at least 25% within the next 12 months, once we implement this stuff.
If there were 10, you want to reduce it by 2.5.
Yeah, basically, yes.
And you'd want to use the actual numbers.
And the actual numbers, not percentages, right? So
Every non-compliance or everything that could be considered non-compliance?
A non-compliance overall.
yeah.
So it's not necessarily 25% for each type, but overall, the amount of enforcement that is for non-compliance should be reduced by 25% of the total number of non-compliance. I'm sure a lot of the non-compliance is just really annoying stuff.
It is. And then another thing, and this isn't with licensees, but with the unlicensed population, because that's such a big portion of our enforcement. If we could get more of them to comply with our pre-cite and fine letter, which is what we call an educational letter, if we can get them to comply within the 30 days, then we don't cite and fine them and we don't have to take any other action. And I can tell you, since we brought Florencia on, we have been able to reduce that a lot. I don't have the actual numbers. I will have that next time because we just didn't run the data for this meeting. But we're getting compliance. We had somebody that hadn't complied for about 5 years, and within 2 contacts from Florencia, they took every ND, title down. They put, the disclaimers on their website, and so they did everything that they were supposed to. And then you have the people that they take everything down, and we go back in 12 months because we get another complaint, and they put it right back up after they complied. So at that point, it's just like hit them with a $2,000, $5,000 license. Cite and fine, because now it's just being done intentionally. It's not that you just didn't know anymore. You took it down once and complied with us, and now you went and put it back in 12 months. So it's these types of things that we're really just trying to reduce those enforcement actions. And if we can gain that in compliance by at least 25%, then I think that, that is helpful. It's a big portion of our budget. I think this year was $78,000, so big portion of our budget.
You know what percentage of all complaints relate to unlicensed?
It was 87. I think it's a little bit lower right now. I think the last time I checked, it was in the 70%, somewhere in there. But
and when it comes to this letter that you're sending, this letter is only asking them not to call themselves an ND. They can still technically be practicing medicine, though, right?
So there's a difference on that. There's a difference. If we get a complaint that they're just using the title, that's one complaint. If we have a complaint that they're doing IV therapy, that they're prescribing things, that they're treating and diagnosing, at that point it becomes practicing medicine. That's no longer a cite and fine. That's we're putting you over to the district attorney's office for criminal prosecution.
And those resources are not handled here.
Those are handled here. So, yeah, and that's why it's taking such a big amount of our budget, because we have to, she does her desk investigation, she sends it on to the Division of Investigation. That's what, 200 and, I can't remember what it is, I think it's like $245 an hour for their investigation. Every case roughly takes between 10 and 20 hours to investigate. Then they write up the report, they send it back to us, and with that, at that point, we'll, Department or Division of Investigation will usually, for unlicensed people, if they are practicing, they will send it to the district attorney's office for criminal prosecution. So I know that the unlicensed population out there tends to make everybody believe that we're like on this witch hunt for them. We're not. We get these complaints that come into our office. We do not have the time or resources to go looking for them, but when they come into us, we have to investigate every single complaint that comes in. It just so happens that the largest percentage of our complaints are because of unlicensed individuals.
And why is it that if someone's practicing medicine without a license that we're the ones investigating that versus the medical board or the osteopathic?
It depends on how they're portraying themselves to the public. If they're portraying themselves as a naturopathic doctor and practicing naturopathic RFPs, then we have to take it. If we can like say, oh no, this is really broad, they're practicing medicine without a license, we'll send it over to the medical board. But if there's any terms or talks of naturopathy or homeopathy or any of that in their on their online stuff, MedBoard will kick it right back over to us. So if the MedBoard has a lot of money to go and do these investigations. We don't, and unfortunately, there's no cost recovery for these unlicensed folks. Whereas a licensee, we get the. Yep.
There's no way we can like fix that as far as like a joint task force with MDs and DOs or anything like that.
I will say this is something that is getting better and better with time, and over the past, I mean, pretty much since you came onto the board, it's been decreasing, and largely that's due to educational efforts. Because there are always going to be people who know what they're supposed to be doing and simply don't do it, right? Those people exist. But by and large, both with the licensees and the unlicensed populations, it's not really clear that they're breaking a rule, you know, or that it's, or they kind of know but don't fully know. No one's called them on it. So I think the education portion is so important, but that also takes resources.
Right, and that's why the consumer, and we'll get to that in the outreach, that there's going to be some sections where we're going to, you know, hopefully increase that consumer outreach even to the unlicensable population so that they know what they're allowed to do here in California and that they're not on our radar and getting, you know, cite and fines from us or getting sent over to the district attorney's office, because we want to make sure that everybody can practice what they practice, but in a safe manner, and that our consumers are not being harmed about it. So.
We do have 5 more objectives that we need to look at just in enforcement, and then for the next 3 goal areas, there's 23. So this is really good discussion, but I kind of want to bring us back over to this objective and determining if this is, like, these ideas are things that we want to include on the strategic plan.
So I did have a question about this one. What does robust monitoring system mean?
So basically, we have a robust monitoring system. It wasn't being used in its full capacity, and now that we have staff and the reporting has been, yes. So we're going to be doing a lot more, running the reports.
So, good with this one? All right, we go to number 2. Enhance enforcement capabilities. This would be increasing efficiency. A couple ideas on how the board can solve it, implement advanced enforcement processes, data analytics and AI, training, and utilizing centralized enforcement database. And the desired outcome for this one would be to upgrade the enforcement capabilities, resulting in a 40% increase in enforcement actions over the next 18 months. Got a lot of very specific numbers.
I was just trying to give us goals.
Yeah, no, that's good.
And basically, this is just going to be like in-house processes and policies. And right now, we're taking a look at best practices for enforcement with other boards and bureaus. They're actually having a pilot program right now. Once that has been taken a look at, we're hopefully going to adopt what that pilot program has done. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Do we like this idea? And obviously not all these, everything on here is going to be included in that objective. So it's not going to be that wordy.
I personally like this. I was thinking about capacity, right? We have to have more powerful processing tools, right, to look at things, AI, data analytics. So I like this. I like this very much.
Sounds like we can move on to number 3. Scroll down a little bit. So reducing investigation time. And by doing that, we would, how that would be done, streamlining investigation processes, allocating additional resources, proper use and implementation of that case management system. And the desired outcome out of that would be reducing the average time by 30% for investigations. So next one moves on to 4 for enforcement, increasing the penalties for non-compliance. A couple ideas for this were to review the penalty structures, make sure they're stringent and effective, publicize those enforcement actions, and then also collaborate with legal to ensure that penalties are legally sound and enforceable. And the desired outcome out of this one would be to increase the severity of the penalties for non-compliance in a 20% decrease for repeat offenses.
So can you change what the cite and fine amounts are without changing that in statute?
Yeah, we have a scale, so we can do as little as this or as much as this, so we can go up to $5,000. And so what we want to do is, again, like I'm going to just keep hitting the nail on the head with this change of address thing. But, you know, if somebody doesn't change their address, then they keep not doing it and they get cited, you know, $250. And let's say then the following year they get cited again for it, then it's not going to be $250 again. It's going to be $500 this time or whatever, you know, the case may be. But, you know, hopefully if it gets too fiscally, you know, just out of hand for them, they're going to remember, oh, yeah, I better change my address, right? So we're hoping that just by putting those penalties in place. And
I just want to comment on that really quickly. Thank you for that. The addition to that, and that's what I was thinking about was that since there is a new way, like this part is incredibly important, right? In terms of like if folks are repeat offenders and like, of course, being as generous as possible with what that means. Like, if you mess up once, twice, 3 times, okay, right? Like, it happens, right? If you're like 4 or 5, so again, and it keeps happening, and I mean, not just even like the name, the address change one, but on all of these, right? That it should go up in multiple instances where it just seems like gross negligence, basically, at that point. And then, secondly, what I'd like to suggest is that I think that communicating that with the licensee population is a step to take on the, I don't see, so
publicize enforcement actions and penalties, yeah, because we figured if we put that in the newsletter and we're publicizing that we are taking action and we're citing and finding these people, it may make the next person think, oh, I better go and change my address.
The penalties also get worse incrementally, right? Because that's
excuse me.
So thank you. Yes, I am.
That's what the DMV does.
Right, exactly.
Ready to move on to number 5? Mm-hmm. For enforcement. All right. Strengthen stakeholder collaboration. To improve relationships, align with the other health board. But how the board can do this: establish regular communication channels with key stakeholders, share best practices. The desired outcome would be enhancing collaboration with the stakeholders. This would include industry association and regulatory bodies. Enforcement outcomes by 50%. This is kind of like the enforcement cohort thing that DCA is doing. Okay.
Yes, and then of course, you know, we have our licensees can provide oversight to another licensed population here within the board. So between us and BV and PT working together more collaboratively, just so we have that there's somebody that is an LVN that is being looked at, and they're doing things that NDs do, and that they're not even within their scope. So we're actually both looking at it at the same time right now. And so doing things like this can actually reduce cost of investigations because we're not having 2 investigators looking at 2 different cases. We're having them both look at it at one time. So by doing this, I think it's just going to make it easier for us to take action if we need to, but just to have that open communication with these other boards that may get enforcement cases that either include an ND or that may be kind of in our scope of creep. So
when you say improve enforcement outcomes by 15%, wasn't there another bullet point that specifically used that wording as far as enforcement outcomes?
That was to reduce, I believe it was to reduce or to increase the compliance by that much. So this is actually just having that collaborative.
Yeah, just wanting to make sure that the wording isn't like saying two different percentages.
Sure, and we can, if we're not okay with percent, we can take those outcomes by and that time, we can take those out.
Usually, sometimes the percentages don't make it into the actual plan, but it's good to like have the, goal in your mind. Or it can even show up in action.
I was going to say the reason that, and I told that to them when we were doing this pre-planning, is that those outcomes, desired outcomes with those timelines were actually for me more so that I can include it in our action plan and the Gantt chart that we will put together for you guys so that so you know when to expect these things to be done by. So it's just more so for myself.
Yeah, for the action planning process, we have a thing like, okay, how are you, measuring that you actually succeeded this? And that 15% that would probably be the success measure, is we improve enforcement outcomes by 50%. So
through the goal of collaboration, is there any way we could revisit having the MD or DO boards take on some of the cases of people practicing medicine without a license, even if it kind of looks like it's in the realm of...
Yeah, and I think if we have some more dialogue and just that open discussion with them, and they really understand what our enforcement is and what our small budget is, that they may be in, they may take some of that, but we'll see in more conversations.
all right. So our last one, we might need to scroll down a little bit. There we go. Increasing transparency and reporting. This would be transparency to stakeholders and also the board members by developing and implementing reporting framework, ensuring that all the enforcement actions are documented and reported, using digital platforms to publish those. And the desired outcome of that would be to improve the transparency and accuracy of those enforcement activities, probably in a monthly report.
Give all that lovely data that Bruce has been asking for.
So I'm going to guess that this one is something we do want to include in enforcement then. Okay, perfect. Now, are there any other topics for enforcement that we want to include based off the environmental scan report?
On the public side, is it easy enough for people to come to the board to report something?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that, I feel like at this point we should probably take a break. Was the break scheduled for 3 or? Oh, I apologize. We have to go to public comment first.
Are there any members of the public online?
There are no members of the public online.
And there are none present here in the room, so.
The break was scheduled at 3, but do we want to take it now just because it kind of seems like a good stopping point? Okay. All right, we're going to go on mute.
We can determine how long.
We'll be taking a 15-minute break and be back at 3:02.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Laws and regulations. Take a moment to read the statement you revised and adopted earlier this year. Do we used to do roll call after the break? Do we? Because it was just a brief break and then an actual lunch. No? Okay, great.
There we are.
Everyone is here. Okay, great. Okay. There are no questions. We can look at the summaries on page 16. The effectiveness ratings on the screen. We do have a little bit more of a dip here when it comes to the 4.
Our staff was hardest on that. I'm like, no, we are not going to.
I'll pass these out. We'll share that on the screen. Some of the weaknesses here, clarity in regulations, the process to clarify regulations, communication, lack of updates, efforts not producing results, and the scope of practice is limited. I'm passing out some of these for you all to see. Are we ready for the objectives that have been pre-identified? Yes. Moving forward. The first topic here is optimize licensing revenue. Why do more outreach with the income that will be generated? What is the desired outcome? Increase licensing revenue by 20% over the next fiscal year through strategic communication and marketing efforts. Some of the ways that they're going to do it is launch targeted marketing campaigns to promote licensing opportunities, enhance communication materials to clearly articulate the value proposition, and regularly analyze industry trends to adjust strategies accordingly. Is this overall something you want to see in the strategic plan?
Are you basically saying we're going to like campaign at the naturopathic medical schools for people to come to California?
There's that, but I think we have one of the best schools here in California. We have a big school here in California, Bastyr, and the fact that we don't have the population the size of someone like Arizona is a little disturbing, and it's because of the scope. So we have those that get licensed, they set up shop, it's just too expensive to afford to stay here, especially when they only have this much of their toolbox that they can use, and they can go to the other states and use everything in their toolbox. So it is one of the driving forces behind this, and I think that if we were able to do some more outreach like some of these other boards and bureaus do, that we can actually gain licensing or a bigger licensed population here. So it is something that we may want to take a look at. I don't know if it's something you guys want to do, but it's something that we may want to look at.
Well, we need more licensees because it's our main source of revenue, right?
It is. Mm-hmm. And if we don't want to be insolvent, because the price of doing business keeps going up and our licensing population remains here. So unless we want to have a $2,000 license fee in the next 5 years, we have to do something. And the only thing we can do is keep the population that we have here renewing and to entice more licensure here in California. So, and in turn, that helps the consumers because it gives them more opportunities of naturopathic doctors to see.
Good. No other questions, refinements? Next objective, modernize regulatory framework. Why? To produce a higher licensing population, possibly reduce licensing fees. Desired outcome, update and modernize the existing regulatory framework to reflect current industry practices and technological advancements within the next 36 months. So how they would be doing it, conducting a comprehensive review of the current regulations, engage with industry experts and stakeholders to identify areas needing updates, and draft and implement revised regulations that address modern. And is there something below that?
Oh, there is. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Practices and technology. Is this a strategic objective you would like to have on your plan? Any questions?
Is this really about scope?
I'm sorry.
Is this about scope? Is this about regulatory framework that currently inhibits the practice of naturopathic medicine to its full capability based upon training?
No, regulation. Scope is about statute. This is about regulation.
Okay, I missed that. Yeah.
I'm trying to read what I put in here. I didn't bring my far distance back.
I think this would be more like the IPCRC regulatory package that we've been trying to get done for like 4 years.
Yeah, these are the regulations.
And and we've got the minor office procedures, and there's the pharmacy. Well, yeah, the pharmacy one is also a regulation.
Right.
So one of the issues with scope expansion is our very limited formulary, and that can be addressed in a regulatory
to the presentation.
Bruce is totally not listening to me, but it's.
Any other comments or questions? Is this an objective you would like to have on your plan? Okay. Next objective, enhanced regulatory clarity. Why? To help clarify the scope of practice for both licensees and consumers. Desired outcome, increase the clarity and accessibility of regulatory requirements by simplifying language and providing guidelines within the next X amount of months, 12 months. And how? Simplify the language of existing regulations, develop and distribute easy to understand guidelines and FAQs, conduct workshops and training sessions to explain regulatory requirements, obtain AG feedback. Is this something you would like to see in the strategic plan? Something that needs to be addressed?
Yeah, I thought this was already kind of covered though at some point, right?
No, I just brought it up that it would be later on in here, but that the reason for me asking for or putting this on here was, and that's why I said that I was going to simplify those statutes so that it's easier in a format that anybody could read, even my kids.
Okay, so it doesn't exist in two places, right? Because I just remember seeing this somewhere.
Okay, the white boxes. Are you referring to the previous one?
No, I believe it was during licensing or one of those.
We discussed it. It wasn't written. I think clarity had to do with the licensing process, and this has to do with the laws and regulations. I think I know what you mean, because when I was going through it, I'm like, wait, is there repetition? And I was like, oh, wait, no, that has to do with licensing. This one has to do with the laws and regulations. So are good to go? Is this a good objective? Okay. Next one, 4, strengthen compliance requirements. Why address the clarity of expectations of potentially reduction in enforcement actions? Desired outcome, strengthen compliance requirements by introducing more rigorous standards and monitoring mechanisms within the next 24 months. How can it be done? Establish higher standards for compliance in key areas, implement enhanced monitoring and reporting mechanisms, and regularly update compliance criteria to keep pace with the industry. Questions?
How is this different than what we just did?
And the objective, number 3?
No, not number 3, the previous section that we were looking at.
Well, this is, you guys,
enforcement.
This is to actually strengthen some of the, so if you see issues in what we currently have, and this isn't just simplifying what we currently have for our licensees, this is actually if we see issues in our statutes or in our regulations, that we actually identify those and either clarify those in a way that we can or go and make changes to those. So I think that's just kind of what the difference is when I was doing this. I'm sorry, it's been a couple of weeks now, so.
Should this be streamlined with the other objectives or keep it?
Well, what I was saying was not that this was similar to 3, but that this was similar to the section we were talking about under enforcement.
Okay, let's take a look.
Correct, yes, it is. It is very similar.
Not seeing it here because of the first.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Might be on the next page.
No, it was under this, but I think it was just how I explained one of the things, and it's very similar to this here in the laws and regulations.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, it doesn't look just like the other one. It just is kind of got some level of enforcement. But that's okay. Things are a Venn diagram, right?
Yes. Okay, so does this look good as an objective? Refinement. Next one, increased stakeholder engagement allows the board to identify what is expected by stakeholders, provide board with information to aid decision-making and changes. The outcome, enhanced stakeholder engagement in the regulatory process, ensuring at least 80% stakeholder participation in consultations within the next year, and how the board can address it, organize regular stakeholder consultation meetings, develop online platforms for stakeholder feedback and suggestions, and create advisory committees with representatives from key stakeholder groups. Is this something you would like to see in your strategic plan? Do you have any questions or refinements?
Do we have other boards that have advisory committees?
Yes, so I think that many of our boards have advisory committees within their respective board. I don't know if they go out looking for other members to go onto their board, but I know that a lot of them will, depending on what project or that they're trying to accomplish, that they may reach out to us or other boards within the DCA or even other agencies, outside of DCA to get feedback or buy-in. So, yeah, there are definitely, and I know we've talked in the past about, we've actually sent some of our board members to represent and give presentations to both the medical board and the osteopathic medical board and the AG's office, because this was when we were still pretty much in our infancy. I think we were, 10 years in or whatever, and so those boards didn't know what we did as licensees, and then they didn't know what we did as a board. So we were able to go and speak to that, and it actually helped because we stopped getting a lot of enforcement stuff from the medical board, because then they're like, oh, a naturopathic doctor's licensed, they're allowed to do that here. So it really reduced what those.
This says to create key advisory committees with representatives from key stakeholder groups. So that would be, in addition to this board, there would be another group that would be an advisory committee.
Yeah, so like for the I can't think of it, the pharmacology formulary committee. So basically the advisory committee that we were supposed to have established is supposed to have a representative of the naturopathic doctors, pharmacists, and physicians. And we're also supposed to reach out to other stakeholders to make sure that they agree with this as well. So, it could be the schools, the naturopathic colleges, to make sure that we're within those, guidelines and of what they're learning. So, yeah, it was just to kind of make sure that have that opportunity to reach out to all of them.
Sounds good.
Objective looks good. Sounds. Moving on to 6, promote regulatory harmonization, better buy-in, and outcome of efforts, achieve harmonization of regulations across multiple jurisdictions by collaborating with other licensed regulatory bodies within the next 3 years. And here are some of the ways: establish partnerships with regulatory agencies, participate in international forums and working groups, and align local regulations with national best practices and standards. How does that look? Any questions, any refinements to any of the intentions here? No? Moving forward? Okay, so, wow, 6. I think there's one more. 2 more. And then anything you would like to add. So the next one here, increase transparency and accountability. Why consumers and licensee stakeholders satisfied with the board and its efforts. Enhance the outcome, enhance transparency and accountability in the regulatory process by implementing comprehensive reporting and public disclosure policies within the next year. How the board is going to do this: develop a transparent reporting system for regulatory actions, decisions, publish regular reports on regulatory compliance and enforcement activities, and create a public portal for accessing regulatory information and updates. Any questions for the EO? Any refinements?
This is basically saying, like, helping people know what we're trying to do, and if it's not going through, where that was, so they're not like, you're not doing your job.
Right, because there's a lot, a lot in the environmental scan, there was a lot of, we don't know what's going on with your regulations, and we know that you've been doing this for this many years, but what's the outcome of it? We haven't gotten any traction. So basically, this is to help kind of keep those people in the loop, although we do these email blasts. Not everybody looks at it, some of it goes to junk email, so we want to make sure that we have a splash page on our website that they can go to and just see what our regulatory efforts have been, maybe what our legislative efforts may be, even if they're future or whatever. So that way we can get them to provide that feedback and for you guys to garner support or whatever's needed to do that.
And last one, promote inclusive participation, for increased inclusiveness of participation. The outcome ensure diverse and inclusive participation in regulatory process by increasing the representation of underrepresented groups by 30% within the next 18 months. How the identify and reach out to underrepresented groups in the industry, offer training and support programs to help these groups participate in the regulatory processes, and establish partnerships with community organizations and advocacy groups to promote inclusion. Any questions for the EO? Do you feel that this should be addressed in the strategic plan?
Isn't this related to the one that we were discussing before, and that it's referencing underrepresented groups, right? So is this the same consideration here about that concept?
I think it's the idea that they want us to do the diversity, equity, and inclusion in all aspects of what we're, to consider that. And so I think that's why it seems so repetitive, because it's trying to be addressed in several issues.
Okay, so I have to ask the same question then. So do we know what the underrepresented groups in the industry are that we want to increase the representation of?
On a similar note, how would this connect to law and regulation?
Well, if we have regulatory efforts that you guys are trying to accomplish and you don't have feedback from people that it may have a reach to, that may be burdensome if that regulatory package goes through and they never had a chance to either put in their 2 cents, or we did not go out to all of these stakeholder groups to kind of get that information from them. So I think that this is what I had in my mind when I was putting this objective together, was that there may be groups, and we may not identify it, or there may not be, but we do need to go and at least look to see if that underrepresented group exists out there, and if it does, how can we get them to be more active and engaged with what we're doing? Because we are doing this for consumers, and we are doing this, to ensure the safety of naturopathic practice. So we want to make sure that everybody that should be in this and engaged in this is, and that they have the opportunity to do so. So we just need to make sure that, a lot of our licensee population, I think it was 86% of our licensees serve in underrepresented areas and with those underrepresented groups. So I want to make sure that those patients of these licensees are also providing this feedback, because they're the ones that are getting the benefit of this licensed profession.
Underserved groups?
In underserved, yes. So
underrepresented equals underserved?
Underserved.
They do not equal each other.
No, they don't.
But I think Rebecca's referencing both.
I'm referencing both, yes. Because when we did a data set back in 2016 for our last sunset review, we were actually able to provide this information. I think we provided that data in a couple of the subcommittees that we had also for, I believe it was the prescribing, the formulary, because we needed to show that we have these doctors that are in these underserved population areas, and that to ask them to go to yet another doctor after they just went seen a naturopathic doctor for strep throat and can't get a, prescription for an antibiotic, that is causing more of a barrier for them where they already have a barrier because they're, way up on the, northern, border and they don't have any doctors over there, or if they're close to, maybe an Indian reservation or something, that we have a lot of doctors that are around those as well.
When you say promote inclusive participation, you're talking about eliciting feedback from the consumers?
From everybody that would be a stakeholder. Stakeholders are not only the licensees, but they're also your guys' consumers that actually get the benefit of naturopathic medicine. So the stakeholders are anybody that would be, that we would need to reach, whether it's a licensee, whether it is, somebody in the industry, or whether it's a consumer that gets that practice.
So would an example be, one of the issues with naturopathic medicine because of the lack of insurance coverage, you just addressed this earlier, is that it doesn't tend to serve lower income populations, and so getting input from those populations.
We actually do have more than you would think. We have a lot of NDs that do take Medi-Cal patients because a lot of the Medi-Cal stuff is covered. And so what they do is they just take their office visit on a sliding scale. So there are a lot of naturopathic doctors that yes, they do, they don't bill insurance per se, but they do bill Medi-Cal. And because of that, they do take a lot of underrepresented people in those underserved areas. So with that being said, we want to make sure that we're capturing all of this. I know that we have a lot of NDs that are, concierge medicine, and all they do is, no insurance, it's just cash based. And so with those, that's kind of not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ones that are truly out there in those underserved areas, and that they, are dealing with the Medi-Cal patients, or they're dealing with, Medicare, or whatever it is that they're dealing with. It's not a big percentage, but it's a lot more than you would think.
So this is another place where we want to have an advisory committee, because we're talking about increasing the inclusiveness of participation, and we're saying increasing the representation of underrepresented groups, but in what capacity?
I think that is something that would have to be identified just by doing some of those surveys and just kind of doing more of that outreach to see where those outliers are. But I know that.
What would they be participating in? It says increased inclusiveness of participation.
So when we're doing those regulations and we're doing just the consumer, either regulations, or we're going for legislative changes, that we're getting everybody's buy-in, and that we're actually really making those changes where we need to. So that's just what my forethought was.
Yeah.
You mean you want to get feedback, basically?
Basically, the participation.
So where was that thing that we were just talking about, an advisory committee?
It's at the very bottom of 8.
I just added it, so it's not going to be on the printed.
A different page. Adding it here is good, I think, but it was another page that we were looking at that was talking about that. Anyway, yes, okay.
Perhaps with that related.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It was in 5. Under laws and regulations. There.
Advisory committee.
Advisory committee, that one, right. So is that?
It is kind of related to that, yeah.
Sort of, kind of, maybe?
Yeah, because it's increasing stakeholder engagement. So I guess I did think about it twice. It was just said differently, so I didn't think it. But yeah, you're right. It's
all good.
It is kind of.
Okay. If we can just add a note and say reference objective 5 in this goal area. And all of them are just ideas, and we'll draft the objectives, and if we see, this is the same thing, then obviously they can be. There are no additional objectives here, but do you?
Oh, wait, sorry. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. The continuing education.
Is this where we wanted to put something in about the law, the legislation? about, because we don't, remember, we were talking about.
We have to add,
Yes, we
add
had to
something
add
for
something.
continuing education. Correct. So your opportunity to add anything that was not addressed by these 8 objectives that were presented to you.
All right, so the continuing education was a legislative issue.
Yeah.
And scope of practice is a legislative issue.
modernization.
Scope modernization or practicing the full extent of training.
Okay,
Right.
so modernization or practicing to the full extent.
Specifically, hopefully using words around that. I would just encourage folks to maybe stay away from like scope expansion.
Right.
Just as a term, it may seem like, oh, yeah, get my space.
Right.
Okay. So is this one, the scope modernization, would that be the why address this topic?
If they would be 2 separate things.
They're 2 separate things?
Is that correct? Right? Because you would need a legislative fix for both the authority to.
Oh, right, you're right.
Easier to get them to approve changes in CE than the other scope modernization.
Okay, so we can go back to the previous slide. If we can hammer out the authority for continuing education. So why do you need the authority?
Because we're not able to change our CE requirements in any way.
Or to keep up with industry standards.
Yeah.
And what is the desired outcome?
Legislative bill that authorizes the Board of Naturopathic Medicine to
Basically, to have the ability to make changes for CE in regulations.
Okay. Would that be the outcome, or would that? Oh, it doesn't matter because we'll just take this information and create an objective for you. But that sounds like how the board is going to do it. How it's going to solve the issue is by a legislative bill. The desired outcome is to
have the ability to modify CE requirements as needed.
Right.
Okay. What were you going to say? Okay. Is there any other reason behind it, behind the why address it? Is there any consumer protection, not consumer protection, because everything goes back to consumer protection.
Well, I think it can also take barriers for finding CE, because a lot of NDs say that it's hard to find CE that they can take, and I think that would reduce the barrier.
Expand options.
Expand options.
Thank you. And I'm just grabbing more ideas, so when we're developing the objective, we're not sitting here like, wait, how are we going to build an objective out of, we just need authority. Like, okay, why can you get, so this is all very helpful. So it might not all make it into that concise objective that is like one sentence, but it's going to help shape more effective one. So anything else that you would like to throw at me? So we have no authority to, for continuing education. I'm not able to change the requirements or keep up with.
So I just want to clarify, we do have authority for continuing education. We don't have any authority to change our continuing education requirements.
Correct. Okay, no authority to change continuing education requirements. Thank you. Okay. I addressed it. Keep up with the standards, expand options. Perfect. Does this capture it correctly, the objective? Yes.
Under ability to modify CE requirements as needed, we could leave it as is, or we could say, add something, say, as, practice changes, or have something about keeping things modern.
Changes and keep.
Right, like the reason we need to modify CE is because the practice of naturopathic medicine changes over time, and so the CE requirements need to change with it to reflect changes in practice.
Okay. We can keep all of it to reflect changes in practice and
Standards of practice?
It's just like how we practice conditions, and therefore what we need to learn to be able to practice safely.
So does this capture, does everyone feel comfortable with the last objective here and feels that it should, yes, okay, moving on to the next one. Scope modernization, that's the topic, the issue. Why should you address it?
Because NDs are not able to practice to the full extent of their training.
NDs are not able to practice to the full extent of their training.
Correct.
In California.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Because even Alaska is getting the ability to do all of the stuff.
And what's the desired outcome?
And these are able to practice the training in California.
Okay.
And post the, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Close the healthcare gap.
Oh, you got it in there.
I did.
You've been holding it the whole time. Oh,
Yes,
man.
otherwise it would be like repetitive. We can just either say, you know, we can just keep it short and like.
Yeah, I mean, that first part was like probably the most obvious thing. So you can take it out too, you know, like really desired outcome is to close the healthcare gap.
Was it accessibility too? Is that like another key term you want me to keep in mind as we're creating accessibility?
I think that goes to, and why you address it is also, for, for the.
Well, it's also a safety issue.
Safety.
Several people have been saying,
Right.
yeah.
Safety issue, okay. Awesome. A lot to work with here.
So exercising our desire to protect consumers, this is a safety issue, right?
Yep. Right. Okay. How can the board solve it?
This would have to be a legislative effort here, yeah.
I think also, really working with collaboration and education with some of the other boards is going to be helpful because, I mean, it's not the medical board, it's the California Medical Association that keeps blocking us, but maybe the board has some pull with them, I don't know.
Well, I think of having conversations with the association and saying, look, this is their, you know, training, this is their education. We're not asking to do brain surgery. You're not asking to do, you know, breast augmentations. We're just asking to be able to be a real primary care or specialty naturopathic doctors. It's not like we're trying to do scope creep, really.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of the issue is that people simply don't understand, and I'm sure that the other practicing doctors have experienced this when communicating with other healthcare providers. Sometimes you just come up with the phone and they don't have any idea what you do at all.
It's just like Dr. Mukherjee might be able to, you know, back me on this, but the osteopathic physician dealt with the same thing about 50 years ago. So I know you weren't around back then, but you may know some of that history behind it, that they had to fight, that they're trained just like the allopathic physicians and even more because they know more, but they weren't able to practice the same and didn't have those same physician, the same standards until a lot later. So they, you know, it was this whole thing, and it was a big fight for them, and they fought for a long time, and they finally got the parity that they deserved. So aid to them, but this is kind of where the naturopathic doctors are right now.
Yeah, it took a long time. I mean, even 25 years ago, when I was in training, it was a battle trying to convince people. And there was an awareness issue.
Right.
Really had to create an awareness, and it starts with the consumer, with the patients, understanding there's a gap. And even now, I think there are many MDDOs don't really know what NDs do. I know I personally refer, but you just kind of have to know who's out there in the community, and maybe that awareness helps too. And I've learned, actually I learned through my patients. My patients come and say, I found this ND who's really helped me. And then I build relationships with those local NDs, and I say, can you send me some cards? And I find out what their cost structure is. So that's where I've been able to augment my practice. But I think that awareness is the first step. Yeah.
Does this capture it correctly? Yes.
I just wanted to add one quick thing to why I address it. Accessibility issue, safety issue, and I would even add public health.
Any other comments? No? Would you like to?
Also a retention issue.
There is a retention.
It has to do with our ability to, you know, meet our budget.
Right.
Yeah.
License
Oh,
retention.
yeah. I heard budget. Do I add budget or no?
I don't know, that may sound too self-serving.
Right.
Okay.
But it's a fiscal barrier for consumers, for sure.
Yeah.
Any additional objectives you would like to add? Or is 10 good enough here? Good.
We need to clarify any of the peptide issues or anything like that?
I don't think so in here, and I think after a discussion or two, I don't even think you guys are going to need to make any changes to that.
Right, perfect. Perfect.
Okay, so Chair, is this a good time for public comment?
Yes, there are no public members in the room here. Are there any public members online?
There is only DCA staff online.
Excellent. Moving on.
Thanks. We'll swap places.
All right. So next we have board administration. And does this description here kind of accurately reflect board administration? See a couple nodding heads, so I'm going to take it as a yes. All right. If you need to look at your environmental scan again, summaries are on page 20. Looking at the effectiveness scale, pretty good all around. External stakeholders only said 18% for, so pretty good. And then we'll pass out those little handouts of some weaknesses summaries, the things that were mentioned, access to the board, lacking resources. This is including staff. So we'll move on to our objectives. So our first one, enhancing board governance and oversight. Why? To meet legislative mandates. A couple ideas on how to address that. Develop and adopt a comprehensive governance framework. Conducting regular board performance assessments, training for board members, and governance best practices. And our desired outcome would that be that the board governance is strengthened, oversight is also strengthened by implementing these practices.
And also in that desired outcomes part, there's a reference to board performance metrics. So as a member of the board, I'd be curious to know what those are.
So it would be something that we'd have to develop, of course, and we'd have to come up with a way that, like, I would have to put together something like, here's the schedule of legislative, things that are happening or regulatory things that need to happen, and this is the timeline, and then you guys would be able to easily, track that and make sure that you're meeting those. Anything else that might come up, I can't come up with something else.
I have friends who are on not-for-profit boards, and there are governance institute. There's a board governance institute thing that has criteria that they've established for, what's a good board member, and how do you get good board members?
Are we meeting all those trainings that you guys are supposed to have? Did you go to your, your BMOS? Did you, when you were elected or reappointed to the board, did you go to your next BMOS again? So these are the things that just making sure that we're meeting those mandates. So these are things that, I know that I, as your guys' executive officer, can beef up for you and make sure that you're getting that constant feedback so that when you're missing a training, or that, I have a training coming up in the next, 3 months that I need to get done, so that you can, schedule your time efficiently as well. So these are just things that I've seen as weaknesses that we can beef up.
I always appreciate when you remind me of my training.
Sorry?
Oh, I said I always appreciate when Rebecca sends out the reminders about what
Training, yeah. So that's existing training, but I think embedded in here is a sort of additional training beyond what's legislatively required of us, because there's a whole realm of best practice about governance best practice, which may go beyond the legislatively mandated BMO and all that.
And when I came up with that, the reason for that is because when we had that hearing for the accusation, not the hearing, but when I had to send that vote out for you guys, I had a lot of questions from that. And I know that they briefly touch on that in Vermont, but these are things that I think that if you guys knew exactly what that process was when a vote comes to you to revoke somebody's license or suspend somebody's license, I think you will know what is
expected of you. And when you have those expectations, it's easier for you to do your job. So I know that there's some of these things where we never had these because we weren't a big board. We were a committee under another board, and before that we were a bureau under DCA. So we really never had that. We've never had the time because we were lacking resources to put these processes and stuff in place for you guys and these training things for you. So I think that I can come up with these kind of training manuals and kind of job aids, if you will, and it kind of will help you keep on track as well.
The desire that I hear from a lot of other boards in strategic planning is for those types of like board trainings. Most of the time it ends up being that they want board specific training outside of BMOT. Usually it's desired by like the public members because their public members are not as in depth, like knee deep into the, you know, profession as some of the licensed board members are. So I don't know if on this one you want to say like including board-specific training or... Sure. Okay. That's just something I see from a lot of other boards and bureaus, well, not the bureaus, I guess, but a lot of the other boards is that they want that type of specific training. Okay, so we're good on this one? All right. Improve decision-making processes. This would be done by standardizing and document decision-making procedures, utilizing tools and technologies, scheduling regular and efficient board meetings with clear agendas, ensuring that the meeting minutes are completed and shared with the members within 1 week after a board meeting concludes. Wow, that was a fast turnaround time.
Well, because people forget, and by the time we get back to them, they're like, is that really what was said? So instead of having to go and rewatch a board meeting for 6 hours to know if the meeting minutes are correct, I want to make sure that they get back to them while it's still fresh in their head. And so that's something we really want to implement.
And so our desired outcome for this one would be the streamlined decision-making processes and reduce the average time for board decisions by 30%. Sound good? Next we have increasing transparency and accountability. Sorry, here. That's okay. Move this up and then zoom this in. There you go. Be more transparent about the board efforts. A transparent reporting system for the board activities, publishing regular reports, and desired outcomes, enhancing transparency and accountability.
So the reference here to an internal audit function, I'm familiar with that from my work in hospitals. There's always an internal audit department. So does DCA have an internal audit department? Yes. So can we?
We actually just had an audit on what was it? It was our fiscal audit. And so basically, we don't really do much of our fiscal stuff. Budget unit does it for us, and so they wanted to know if there was a way of tracking like refunds and reimbursements to people, and there really isn't unless you have a check clear. We only get like a letter from the accounting department, so there's not a one place to go to see all of these things. And so I actually brought that to their attention. It's like, we're really lacking here, and there isn't anything from the department for this. So this was something that they actually identified, and now they're taking it back out to see what they can do so they can get best practices in place and that the boards can implement.
So that's with regard to fiscal.
Fiscal, yeah.
Audit. So there's also an internal audit function in many organizations that has to do more with other aspects of performance.
Right, and so for this portion here, the reason that I made some of those recommendations above in those objectives is because I know that you guys want to do the best at your job, and in order to do that, I know that you, especially people that are data-driven, like to see something that they can have that shows them what it is that they're doing, which strategic planning is a great thing. The action plan is wonderful. And that Gantt chart that we come up with after that action plan is made actually allows the board members to ensure that we are meeting those goals and objectives and that we're doing it within the time frame that has been kind of planned out. And so that by the time that we get to the end of the strategic plan period, that we have met every single one of these objectives. So it's just kind of an internal audit from us just to make sure that we're meeting those.
I understand. Thank you.
I was gonna just say, we revamped our action plan tracker since probably the last time you've seen it. It's very like organized and keeping track of everything, and then it has charts that automatically update when you mark a step as completed. Yeah. It's very nice.
I love that.
Thank you.
So you will probably like it once we get to that step.
Yeah, the whole manual thing was kind of.
All right. So next we go to number 4 in board administration. Please zoom in just a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Enhancing risk management and compliance. Why address it, inform board members and staff, succession planning. How can the board address this? Developing and implementing risk management frameworks, conducting risk assessments and audits, providing risk management training for board members and staff. Desired outcome would be compliance oversight by implementing this comprehensive risk management framework, and then reducing those risks by 40%.
I don't feel entirely clear about what you mean by risk management.
Okay, so every year I, as your guys' executive officer, have to identify risks, whether they're internal, external, and what I have to do is identify those risks, put them down into what's called a SLAA report, and we send them on in. So like this year, or actually last year's, I identified the fact that, with only 2 staff, we don't have the same checks and balances as other boards and bureaus with tons of staff, right? So that was one of them. Is it something that we could address? Yes, but at the time, could we do anything about it? No. So it was a risk that we actually just had to accept, but that we were monitoring it, and so that the state knows that we are monitoring this risk. This year, the fact that we're, kind of going to be insolvent if we don't do something about the budget. It's these types of things, and one of the reasons behind that is because we don't have the scope that allows NDs to practice at the level that they have been trained to do so. So there are things that we can identify, there's things that we can actually move to fix, and then every 6 months we actually have to show what we've done to mitigate those risks. And so at the end of the year, you do another one, and were those risks mitigated? Yes. And if not, then what are you going to do? Is it something that the board is just going to be okay with having that risk because there's nothing else we can do about it? Or are we going to continue to, monitor this risk? So basically, with that said, I want to make sure that I'm doing that up to the state board, but I also want to make sure that you guys have the same type of framework. And if we can do that here with things that we see coming in from like complaints or that we're getting feedback from industry, the professional associations or from the schools saying, hey, we're seeing, this being identified in the industry as a risk, this is something that we can bring back to you guys, and you guys can say, is this something that our board should really be looking into, or is this something that us as a board cannot do? So these are just things that I wanted to kind of put out there and bring. And then because you guys a lot of you are going to be terming out at the same time, we're going to have a brand new board, and we need to ensure that the things that you guys have set forth are not going to be just totally thrown out the window when this next board comes in, although that can still happen, but just to have a succession plan in place and bringing in people that may have some kind of, they already kind of know what's going on, or that we have people that are coming in that, you guys can kind of work with for your last year before you term out. And it helps. So we only have, I think, 2 people that term out on a different time. So when you have, 7 of your 9 people that turn out at the exact same time, it becomes an issue. So these are just things that I've identified kind of in the last 17 years that this board has had, even though I've not been here that whole time, but I've seen it happen from the time that you guys were, came from a bureau to a board.
So question, am I hearing it right that the risk assessment is mainly for external factors, not necessarily?
It's both. It's internal and external.
Okay.
Like an internal risk would be only having 2 staff members and you don't have that balances. External could be the fact that we have, you know, unlicensed people that are doing scope creep or going out there and harming patients, right?
And so I guess that made me kind of think about how can boards solve and address this for us to take risk management training?
Right. So there are really great trainings out there for risk management, and just even putting something together for us as just an internal policy saying, hey, look, maybe, you know, quarterly or monthly, you know, the EO can send out something to the board members identifying any real big concerns that may have come into the office. So just kind of keeping you guys more abreast of what's going on, and then going out to our external stakeholders and seeing if there's any of those risks that are out there that they have identified. So these are just things that I've kind of seen and that I think that are kind of going in other boards also.
So looking back at this one, is this something we want to keep in the strategic plan? All right. Moving on to our last one for board administration, provide DEI training for staff. Why address it? Solid understanding of DEI and benefits for using, develop and deliver DEI training programs for all staff members, incorporate DEI principles into onboarding processes, provide ongoing DEI training development opportunities, and our desired outcome would be to ensure all regulatory staff receive DEI training, resulting in 100% completion rate within the next year.
Is DEI not required for board members?
I think it is now, which is why we watch the videos, and that's considered your training.
Okay. There you go. You got one of those done.
I think maybe we should put ourselves in there too.
For staff and board members? Yeah. Probably a question for Elizabeth. Does the training side provide DEI training to DCA staff at all? Do they have any training? Okay.
Because they're getting certified.
Do you want?
LMS has a ton of stuff on
LMS
it.
has a couple on there already
Yeah.
that the staff can go into. I think they're kind of self-guided, but there are, from my understanding, Solid was putting some together for staff.
Okay. Do you want something with like collaborate with Solid on these?
Absolutely.
Okay. A little bit less work off you.
Well, here's that word solid right there. It's not capitalized.
Yeah. Okay. So this one's pretty good. Do we have any other objectives that we would want to add to a board administration? Or were there any topics that you saw in the scan that isn't captured here that you might want to cover? I think there were only like 2 things identified as weaknesses, and I think we covered them all, so. All right, in that case, I believe we go to public comment. There are no public members in the room. Are there any present online?
None online.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to go to our last goal area, and hopefully we can get this done. Oh, you want to go?
Sure. Or do you want to say?
I can, if you want me to. You seem tired. All right.
We're all getting a long day.
All right, so stakeholder outreach is our last one. Do we like this goal area description? Okay, perfect. In that case, so a little bit poor ratings on outreach and education. Actually, I believe that should get changed to stakeholder outreach, but that can be changed later.
Right, this reflects only the survey, so the survey
Gotcha.
went out with the previous goals.
Gotcha,
area.
okay. A lot of boards get hit really hard on this type of area, so don't feel too bad. A couple things that were identified in that environmental scan, summarized on these sheets for you, if you need to refer to them later.
I mean, I think this is an area where everyone's been weak in the last 4 or 5 years because COVID really shut down any sort of outreach.
Yeah. All right, so our first one here, improve customer stakeholder satisfaction. A couple things that were identified to identify strengths and areas for improvement. How can the board address this? Offering dedicated customer support and troubleshooting, act on customer feedback, improve processes, use a survey and a QR code at the bottom of the licensing staff signature. Desired outcome would be to enhance stakeholder satisfaction. Any comments, suggestions, concerns on this one? Changes? All right. In that case, we'll move on number 2. Enhancing stakeholder engagement. Why address it? Stakeholder understanding of the board. Couple ideas, develop and implement a stakeholder engagement plan, multiple communication methods, regular stakeholder meetings with feedback to address concerns. Desired outcome for this one, increased engagement by 50%. How do we like this one? See a couple nodding heads, yeah? Okay. Speed run through the rest of these. All right. 3, develop DEI-focused outreach programs. This would include creating educational materials, DEI-focused events, collaborating with DEI experts. And the desired outcome for this one, make sure that everyone is felt heard by the board and a more diverse applicant pool.
And so I think this one, once again, we come back to the question of data. And so, and I don't know, I think, I don't want to hammer that point yet because I feel like we've already gotten a sense of it. But I'd love to also kind of know, and I know that there is some at the end of the whole report, but also getting to know, like, what are the most spoken languages of the practitioners, right? Very helpful.
And this one was just to make sure that we're kind of keeping that DEI focus on any kind of outreach that we start to put together and implement from here on out. So that's kind of the reason I put that last number 3 up there.
And then is there at any point, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, the words cultural competency put into this, culturally conscious?
Is that, I'm not sure because I'm not an ND, but in your guys' schooling and just as a doctor in general, is that something that you guys normally take into consideration just based on race factors and, of course, like my husband, he has certain things like high blood pressure, and that's, a lot of people in his race seem to have that problem. So are these things that you guys identify in schooling or training? Is this something that's already kind of in your mindset, or is this something that we should be looking at developing and kind of putting these pieces in on the website and stuff like that too? So I'm just curious.
When I went to Bastyr, I would say it was definitely not a diverse student population. And as I was leaving is when people started saying, like, dermatology for different skin colors. So I didn't witness any of that happening. It was like the discussion started at that point. That was like,
So it looks like it's starting to kind of be in there now. I thought I heard somebody saying that, no, we've learned this, but But I also was with a lot of new licensees at this last convention, so.
I think though universally, there's more funding that's going into the different populations that are, at risk.
Sure.
So therefore, there's more knowledge about it versus, that.
Okay. Well, this that, and then also, my point about this is that, focusing on the topic of stakeholder outreach, that the way that we also communicate with licensees or consumers is culturally conscious, culturally conscious as well.
Do we want to add something on how the board can solve addresses to something like ensure cultural competency?
Ensure cultural communication or outreach, something like that.
Okay.
That would just, I think, help provide a framework for keeping in mind. Because that's central part of when we interact with individuals, you have to be very mindful of the background in which they come from, and then also communicating in a way and being very attentive.
Well, I think that was in that DEI course issue or video that you guys had where, you have boards that if they have a very big population that is Spanish speaking, that we're putting out applications in both English and Spanish, that type of thing. So absolutely, I think it's something that we should be looking at. And if it shows, the data shows that we need to, ramp it up in that type of situation, then I think it's a good thing.
Good. Okay, we'll move on. Number 4. Increase transparency.
Make sure I didn't miss anything. Maybe it's just mislabeled. Okay.
Okay, so increase transparency and accountability. Identifying and providing more equitable outcomes within the board processes. This would be solved, or how the board can solve this. Developing and implementing that robust reporting framework. We kind of talked about that in a previous objective. Publishing annual reports. Updating stakeholders on DEI initiatives. The desired outcome would be more enhanced transparency and accountability. These nodding heads, this one looks good. Okay. Great. Foster collaborative partnerships. This would be done by identifying and reaching out to potential partners in the community, developing joint initiatives and programs to promote DEI and regulatory licensing, hold regular meetings and collaborative events. Desired outcome for this one, establish and strengthen those partnerships with at least 10 community organizations. I like they have a specific number there.
So that I could count them.
Mm-hmm.
Would 10 be a realistic goal?
Sure. Well, we've got Med Board, Osteo Board, and their associations. We've got the RN Board, we've got the LVN Board, their associations. So right there, that's what, 8. And then we've got the schools, and then, your guys' association. So yeah, there's 10 right there.
I guess it also depends on the length of your strategic plan. If you go 5 years, 2 per year seems pretty doable.
I didn't think of a community. That sounded like a professional organization, not a community organization. I was thinking something different.
I actually meant it like that. So okay. Yeah.
Do we want to
actually interpret it?
You can put industry community if you would like, or something similar to that. Or industry organizations, healthcare organizations.
Instead of 10 community organizations, is that where we're changing it?
Yes.
Okay. So it'd just be 10 industry organizations. Yeah.
Maybe you want to change the one under the how can we solve as well, because it makes reference to partners in the community and industry.
Right.
So we're only interested in the industry?
Well, I think that community organizations are good. It's just really how to identify which ones and how to communicate them with them currently.
The only reason that I use community is because we've done things like pilot programs with the VA hospital in Marin County or where, down, maybe it was down in SoCal, that NDs actually went and were, offering services in there. Anyway, it was a pilot program, but it was a community thing. It wasn't us. It wasn't industry. It was, you know, the VA hospital. So I think that there's certain times like that, and I just had an ND that just shared with me that they actually had went to Sutter for a surgery, and that the cardiac physicians there were very interested in kind of reaching out to him after he got better, and wanted to do some work with him and collaborate. And that's a big thing, especially for, you know, an organization the size of Sutter to want to reach out to NDs and start partnering with them and get, you know, information. So I think the collaboration is there. And when we talk about community, we can talk about hospitals and, you know, community outreach events and stuff like that as well, that they have all the time. So I think limiting ourselves to just the industry professionals is, we may be missing a chance and an opportunity to really reach out to the people that we should be and could be reaching out to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a DEI-focused objective, is it not? So community organizations, so for example, there's a Sacramento LGBT community center. So there's a community organization that could be reached out to right here in Sacramento that's DEI focused. Yeah.
Moving on to objective number 6. Monitor and evaluate the DEI impact. Why address it? Creating awareness of the board's impact. Desired outcome for this one would be to implement a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation system to assess the impact of those DEI initiatives. And this, a few things to how the board can solve this. Developing KPIs, collecting and analyzing data on DEI metrics, and then use evaluation results to refine and improve those DEI initiatives. Seeing some nodding heads. Do we like this one? Do we want any changes or anything? No? All right. So number 7. This one has a lot, but we're almost done. We're already past the halfway mark. Increasing access to licensing information. Why address this? Improving the understanding of the scope. Couple things on how to solve or address this. Developing and disseminating clear and accessible licensing guides. Offering multilingual support and materials. And establishing a dedicated help desk. Desired outcome for this one, improved access to licensing information, especially for unrepresented groups, achieving a 40% increase in use of licensing resources.
Is this for people seeking a license?
Yes.
Or is, okay, so this isn't people verifying license?
Correct, right. And the only reason that I'm putting this in here is because, you know, we still have the school in Puerto Rico, and we do get applications from them often, and we actually have to go and get them translated because a lot of the stuff that they're sending over here, they're not translated into English for us. So I think if we had a page for those Spanish-speaking individuals that are coming over here to become licensed, it would be very helpful. And since we have a school that is predominantly Spanish-speaking, I think it's probably important to do that.
And we have forms in Spanish, right, already?
No, we don't. It's right now on a case-by-case. If somebody asks for it, we will have it translated for them, or if somebody sends something to us in Spanish, we'll have it translated on case-by-case. But we also have, Canada is the only other country that we deal with and would allow licensing from the schools up in Canada, and a lot of them are French-speaking, so having that stuff in, you know, French material may also be helpful. So it's just little things like this that those nuances, of course, we don't have a whole lot of it, but even if one person needs it, isn't it good to have?
Something on the French, make sure shirts and the Canadian French style.
Yeah, there is a difference.
And she was, my cousin from France came over one time and we turned on something and it was Canadian French and she froze up because she's like, I don't understand what they're saying. But yeah, so we're good with number 7? Perfect. Okay. Number 8, foster public awareness. Why address this? Lighter enforcement caseloads. How you would do this? Launching public awareness campaigns, hosting informational sessions, developing education materials, and distributing them. And our desired outcome for this one, public awareness on and regulatory requirements. And enforcement actions would be increased by 50% through targeted outreach campaigns. And on this one, is this public awareness to just all stakeholders, or is this to consumers, licensees?
So this is more so for the consumers, and so there's consumers that don't know the difference between a licensed naturopathic doctor and an unlicensed traditional naturopath, and so they're going uninformed and uneducated. And as long as they're informed and what they're truly wanting is just counseling from maybe an unlicensed traditional naturopath, that's fine, as long as they have been informed and they can make that educated, choice. So we're just wanting to make sure that they know. And so if a consumer knows they don't unintentionally go to somebody who's not licensed, then it keeps somebody from having to send something to us saying, I thought I was seeing a naturopathic doctor, but I wasn't. So again, just down that and just for consumer safety.
Awareness between the distinction of, what were the two?
Licensed NDs and unlicensed traditional traditional naturopaths.
All right, how do we like this one? Seems good, see nodding heads. All right, number 9. Oh, sure. Yeah.
For desired outcome, would like to just suggest making it clear that consumers and general public, right? Because I think there's a twofold
consumer and general public awareness.
Right, because to Rebecca's point, right, like we're trying to make sure that when a consumer steps into a practice that they know like what they're getting into. But then also I think that there is a need for the general public to be more aware of what a naturopathic doctor does. So I think that there's twofold. So foster public / consumer awareness. Yeah.
I agree. All right, so number 9, scope clarity. Consumers are confused and don't recognize the profession. Some desire full scope, as of other states. The board can solve this by increasing outreach, and a desired outcome would be public understanding and confident use of the professionals. Do we want to add consumer there as well, since we added it to the last one? Consumer / public understanding?
Yeah, because in why address it, I used consumers.
Okay. All right. We may have one more, I'm not sure. That was it for the pre-made one. All right. Were there any additional topics that we wanted to cover in stakeholder outreach that wasn't already covered in the ones that EO and staff made? No? All right, covered everything? Perfect. In that case, go to public comment.
There are no members of the public in the room. Are there any members of the public online?
There are no members of the public online.
Thank you. Do we have another item?
Just a little bit of a wrap up.
Yep, and I can wrap it up here. I'm going to type in the number of objectives that you've identified today and ask you with the understanding that as we develop the strategic plan, we may streamline some of the ideas if necessary. So we're going to take the process includes the development of those specific strategic objectives, trying to create concise sentences that all stakeholders can understand, that doesn't have any technical words that may be confusing to the stakeholders or members of the public. So that's going to take that and a comprehensive review from our team, and then the executive team here at DCA is going to take a little bit of time. But we will have a strategic plan, and I'll work with Rebecca to refine the wording. And also throughout that process, so the reason why I'm sharing all of that, throughout the process, there might be some streamlining coming up. So it may be 38 or it may be 35 objectives or so on. But having that in mind, 38 objectives, how many years do you think it'll take to complete those objectives for your EO and staff? And keeping in mind, we have 1 EO and 2 staff, so it's three on that will be working to accomplish these objectives. And typically we recommend 3 to 5 year strategic plans to make sure you stay current with the issues and the trends and everything that's going on in the industry, and you can keep, you can be up to date.
When did we do our last strategic plan? 4 years ago?
It was
Was it a 4 year?
I believe it
I seem to remember 4.
I think it was.
I do think that these are some fairly lofty goals. It's for some of the things in here, I'm sure we're all thinking of probably the same thing. It's going to be fairly uphill battle. I think 5 years.
Yeah, our last one was 4 years, so we have until the end of 2024 to finish this up. And I think we'll be pretty much done with everything.
So this will kick in at that point.
20, it would start 2025. Yeah.
So we'll be making any changes and adopt it in our next board meeting at the end of the year.
Well, I wonder what our executive officer and staff think is realistic, since they'll be doing a lot of the actual legwork on that.
Well, I would say 4 years would be, 5 years would be great, considering that if we were to do a 3 year, it would be about 12 to 13 objectives that we would have to do a year. If we were to do a 4 year plan, it would be about 9.5 objectives. And if we had the 5 years, it would be a more obtainable 7.5 to 8 objectives a year. And I think we could do that.
And I also predict, right, that, again, for some of the things that require legislative action, right, like you're going to need to figure out which cycle to introduce it into, right? And as we are getting a new cohort of legislators come November, right, things will also be shifting, right? And so it depends on who's going to run the bill, how much support there is. It may fail. It may turn into a 2 year bill. Too many uncertainties. That I think that it's going to be a process, right? Some of it will be led through stakeholder outreach, right? Depending on the conversations that are had, I think, in this profession that continue to evolve, that will be guided by some parts of our strategic plan. That's why I just think that because these are fairly lofty, very, very lofty goals, I just think 5 years just makes the most sense.
I would hope that you guys agree for the sake of my staff. It's a lot. It's a heavy lift for sure.
I think there's also going to be, as Rebecca alluded to earlier, a significant transition in the members of the board at around 3 years.
Yep.
And so it'd be nice to have enough time for the new board members to transition into it.
Right. And then we've got, don't forget, we have a a sunset review right in the middle of this all. So, and that we'll be starting our background next year. Mm-hmm. So 2025, we'll be starting our background questionnaire, and we'll be in sunset testimony in 2026. So, and as those that were here during our last sunset review, you remember how hefty that was. And hopefully I have no more appendix to take out, so I'll be okay during this one. But it was a lot. It was a lot to do, and it's a lot of data that they're requesting, and so
we can bring a lot of these issues that we have identified and that we will, identify as we go through our strategic plan in the next, year and a half, that we can actually include in that sunset review in our issues.
Yeah,
so some of these may be a check mark right off the bat if the legislature also agrees with us that these are issues that they can easily fix in a sunset.
So 5 years. Next slide here, just closing it up. Next step, we draft the strategic plan. We'll send the strategic plan to the executive officer for just some editing back and forth and have a finalized draft for you all next or whenever the board decides to, or EO decides to bring it up to the board in a board meeting, preferably the next one. You'll get to review it, make edits if necessary, and then approve. And we're, after it gets adopted, we do action planning. Hopefully we can get all of this done by the end of this year. So you start the new year with a new plan for 2025. So next slide here, we'll just break down what action planning is. So we take, after the objectives have been in a nice, concise sentence, we'll break down those objectives into listings of all of the necessary things that need to happen in order to accomplish it, which most of it was already on the slide, which is the how to accomplish, the third column. So breaking those down, but even further, more detail, assigning responsible staff, identifying due dates, and establishing performance measures. Again, Rebecca was very thorough and had some performance measures there. She can reevaluate with her team and identify whether those are still appropriate. And that's what action planning will consist of. We will develop the action plan. So adding it to the strategic plan, we'll add some charts to break down of all those tasks and also provide a action plan tracker, which is basically an Excel spreadsheet with all of the sections by goal area broken down by objectives and each individual task. It has a nice drop-down cell for her to identify whether it's delay in progress completed. And as Sarah said, it has been revamped, so it has a lot of helpful features. Updating just one of the sheets will update other sheets where there's charts on the progress of the goal area, the progress of each objective, and there's again chart as well. So that's what action planning will consist of. Last slide here. So again, I'm Elizabeth Cornell. Sarah Irani, if you want to reach out to us, any strategic planning questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
4-5. Amazing. And I'll turn.
Do we need to acknowledge the budgetary issues in the context of the strategic plan in any way?
We've already identified that there's an issue. We've made the fees, so that actually went over to agency, so you guys are all aware of that. But I think that we can take action on it within the action plan. So when we know what the objectives are, we know where we're kind of hitting that wall. And so I think in the action plan that we do, we can kind of drive it right there. And then depending on kind of what the fee increase does for us,
It has to be addressed by the 26-27 year.
Yeah,
right.
so it's probably something that we will definitely be bringing up to the legislature. And, it really does have to go around the pro rata that we're paying. Again, 28% is a big chunk of our budget that's going to just DCA pro rata, and that's not even including pro rata that goes to external departments like DGS, Department of General Services, and other, Department of Finance.
I do have a quick question, to Bruce's point, and a question for the solid team. Is there, in the strategic plan, is there a forward that, again, some strategic plans do have this where it's a forward, and I think that perhaps might be a good place to give us a snapshot of where we currently are, highlighting some of the budget parts, right? And this is, currently that this strategic plan is created in the context of, facing a fiscal shortfall, sort of the challenges that we face. And I think it should be highlighted because I want this to be carried into sensor review. I want this to be shared with state partners to see, again, where are we and where is the profession, where are we as a board in protecting our consumers at this point in time? And that's what I'd like.
So we actually do have what's called a message from the board president. It will be our board chair, but it will be board president. And so in that section, the board president can highlight or really focus and, put forward anything that they think there's still that is necessary for the strategic plan. So Dr. Thompson would have an opportunity to do that, and you guys can definitely provide her with some opportunity and feedback in that. Again, that whole strategic plan, once it has been done, comes to you guys, and you guys have the opportunity to adopt it the way it is submitted, or to make any amendments right then and there, and then it'll come back to you. So we'll definitely do it.
And it definitely, there's also, and if I may add, the message, but there's also an about section. Typically, it's more of the historical about, but if there's any, this board is quite unique, so if there's any more recent information that needs to be added in the about section, that can be something to consider. Thank you.
Yes, do we have any members of the public?
Please repeat the question.
Are there any members of the public present?
Not online.
There are none here in the room. Thanks again to the solid team. I really appreciate you spending the whole day with us and all of the work you did beforehand.
Thank you. You're welcome. And I'll extend a thank you to EO and staff, Raquel and Florencia and Sarah.
Okay, so the next agenda item is discussion of future agenda items and next meeting dates. We generally meet on a quarterly basis, and it's June right now. So unless there is some reason to meet earlier, I think we're looking at meeting in September, October. And September is often a difficult month for people. September can be a little more challenging because people are the back to school stuff. I'm seeing June, so that's always September's a little warm. What about October? You need to like early October?
Okay, I'll send out a doodle for early October then for that meeting. And then what I'm also going to do, I'm going to send out a doodle for the Q1 through Q4 of 2025, just so we can get these rooms reserved, because we're really limited on board meeting spaces. And so if I can give you guys the opportunity to put it on your schedule a year in advance, then it's easier for you and your patients and that type of thing. So I will send doodles out for those. For Q1, it's January through March. Which month would you guys rather have, or do you want me just to send a couple of weeks in each month and see what fits?
I think late January is good. A lot of people have February break who have February school.
Late January?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Q2 is April to June. I know there's a spring break in there usually in April, right? So maybe May-ish? Okay. Do a mid-May. All right. And then Q3, July through September. So September's a bad month, so another, June or July meeting. So with this one was kind of okay.
But if we're doing May, we don't really want to do June.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so
August, maybe?
Okay, yeah. August. Right, and then October, December for the next Q4, so we could do early October again.
You'll have to take into account, right, we have to have all the sunset stuff.
Yes, and we may have to add meetings, so, because remember last time there were like 3 in a couple of months, so, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and put early October, and then if we need to add anything in between those for strategic plan, we'll add them at that point. We'll also look into having an alternate site for SoCal for you guys so that you don't have to keep coming up here. And other than that, do you guys have anything other than the strategic plan that you want me to add to the next agenda? I do have the board logos still. For the last agenda.
I do as well, Madam Chair, and I'd like to see if the executive officer could return with a report back on subcommittees that exist in other boards, and particularly an interest in a legislative subcommittee.
Okay, so you want me to gather what boards, the subcommittees of all of the other boards? Is that what?
Actually, sorry, better question. Do we need a motion in order to create a subcommittee? No?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so. I think I can just create a subcommittee and assign people to it.
Oh, okay. Then, never mind then. But I'd like just maybe an email or...
a legislative subcommittee?
Yes, I would be interested. And what other boards are able to do, because I think that might help inform what the scope of what a subcommittee that does do that might be able to do.
Also, I think as a board, we're supposed to do a review for the EO.
Yes,
possibly.
that is on.
Okay.
It's on
I was
there
gonna say,
along with the board nomination vote.
yes, and unfortunately, due to budgetary constraints, we probably can't do any fiscal changes.
It's fine. I have not had a raise, and I think 2015 was my last one. And even the one right after that, I think you guys had asked for a, whatever it was, to take me to my top step, which was like less than $10, and they denied it, so don't worry about it. But yeah, we still need to do the review, so. Hey, anything else? Is that all? Okay, I'm looking at everybody, and they're like, come on, let's go, let's go.
I'm ready to go. Okay, so if you have other future agenda items that come up the next month or so, just send them to Rebecca, and she will. It is.
Just checking the time for.
Oh, have any public members joined us, moderator?
We have no members of the public online.
And we have no members here in the room. So at this point, I am going to adjourn the June 27th, 2024 meeting. It is 4:35 p.m. Everyone drive safely. Travel safe, everybody. Appreciate it.